as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. As mentioned, the crew is running a little bit ahead of schedule this morning, and so they have already completed their aisle or in-suit light exercise procedures. Those procedures do help to purge any excess nitrogen from the blood, as the crew does pre-breathe 100% oxygen as part of their suit-up procedures. But that has already been completed. All went smoothly regarding the aisle procedures, and now the crew is continuing to step through the procedures ahead of getting into the airlock, completing depressurization, and exiting the space station hatch.
Houston airlock. So we just started the timer for the 1 minute on IV in step 22.2.
Copy that, Sophie. While I have you, could I please get your times in step 11 and 21?
So that's what I wanted to tell you. So I did not record the time on step 11, and step 21 was so. Yeah. So standby 1, we just do the check because it was 1 minute ago. So 11:02.
Hola a todos.
Step 21 was
una vez más a Explora
11:02,
Libre.
and we'll look for data on the ground to verify step 11.
Ya estamos en vivo para acompañar una nueva caminata espacial desde la Estación Internacional. En esta transmisión vamos a seguir cada momento de la actividad en los que los astronautas realizarán trabajos de mantenimiento y reparación sobre uno de los brazos robóticos utilizados en las operaciones externas de la estación. Bienvenido, Olecram, un gusto saludarte. Y bueno, como siempre vamos a ir comentando lo que va sucediendo y tratando de explicar las maniobras y los objetivos de la misión, respondiendo sus preguntas, por supuesto, para que todos podamos entender lo mejor posible qué es lo que se está viendo. Y bueno, si les apasiona el espacio y la tecnología, los invito a suscribirse y activar las notificaciones para no perderse de las próximas transmisiones en vivo y de los videos. También, si necesitan alguna duda, alguna pregunta, perdón, son bienvenidos en preguntar, por supuesto. Así que pónganse cómodos y saluden nomás desde qué país nos están viendo y los leo en los comentarios mientras sigo acomodando aquí el setup.
We did, so on step 22.2, the manual leak check is complete and all nominal.
Copy, Sophie. Good news.
And if that helps, we started the DCM purge at 10:58, and I reported for 21:11:03.
Okay, copy. 10:58 for DCM purge valve, and step 21 was 11:03.
I confirm it was a 2-minute purge, although those numbers are slightly offset to the 2 minutes. But it should be just, it took us time to just check after. but the purge was indeed 2 minutes.
Copy, Sophie, and we got the numbers on the ground, so we will update you on the go for depress in just a second. We're still doing our calculations. You have concluded procedure 2.120, and now we are moving back into the original procedure 1.225 EMU pre-breathe, step 17.
You go to 1.225, step 17.
And you will continue to hear communications from the crew on board the International Space Station to the ground. At this time, the Orbit 1 team is on console, but we are starting to begin a handover to the Orbit 2 team, which will serve as the prime team on console during today's spacewalk. But those communications you heard up to European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno came from Capcom Alex Kanelkos. He is the Orbit 1 at Capcom. During the Orbit 2 today shift, we will have JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide, serve as the Capcom. The Capcom, or capsule communicator, is the point of voice that the crew on board the International Space Station communicates to the ground. Once outside the International Space Station, the ground IV will be the voice that communicates with the spacewalkers today of NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. Today's ground IV is maybe a familiar face for those of you who tuned in during Artemis 2, and that is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, who served as Capcom quite frequently during the Artemis 2 mission. Now floating into view, being carried by European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, is the SAFER, or Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. This is a tool that will be attached to the back of each of our spacewalkers today and could be utilized in the very unlikely event that they become untethered from the International Space Station, sometimes referred to as a space jetpack. This device has a bit of propellant in it that would enable the crew member to safely get back to the International Space Station if they became untethered. Again, that is a very unlikely situation. The crew trains at our neutral buoyancy lab here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, ahead of spacewalks. And one of the key things that they are taught and that they practice consistently is to remain tethered to the International Space Station, to have multiple points of contact. So again, we do not expect that to occur today, but the SAFER will be installed as a precautionary measure. Adeno and Hathaway are working together to get that SAFER, Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, installed onto NASA astronaut Chris Williams' spacesuit. Williams, again, is serving as EV1 today and is wearing that spacesuit with the red stripes. This will be the second spacewalk for Williams in his career. Williams arrived to the International Space Station last November and will soon be returning home later in the summertime, in the July timeframe, just next month. And we are in a brief handover between our satellites, but we do expect to get communications here shortly back with the crew, as well as video. And here you are seeing a shot inside of Mission Control Houston, inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. As you can see, the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams are both on console now as they complete their handover procedures. The International Space Station Flight Control Room is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to help support the crew on board Space Station, who are also on Space Station at 24/7, 365. The flight director that will be leading the team during the Orbit 2 shift today and will be the flight director during the spacewalk is NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak. You can see she's completing handover procedures from the Orbit 1 flight director, Diane Daly. And coming into view on your screen, we got a quick look of it. There is the pistol grip tool. It looks very similar to a drill that we would use here on Earth, but especially designed to be utilized in the microgravity environment of space. This will be used throughout today's spacewalk, primarily to uninstall bolts on the wrist joint to remove it, as well as to reinstall the spare joint that is already on orbit. And in addition to the 4 crew members that you see on your screen here getting things prepared for today's spacewalk, there are additional folks living and working on board the International Space Station as part of Expedition 74. There are currently 7 human beings living and working on board the International Space Station. That includes NASA astronauts Jessica Meir, Jack Hathaway, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, as well as cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev, as well as cosmonauts Sergei Kutsverchkov, NASA astronaut Chris Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Mikhaev. Expedition 74 will continue until the Soyuz that NASA astronaut Chris Williams will return home on departs in July, at which point it will become Expedition 75. And you can see on your screen there that NASA astronaut Chris Williams was moved over into the crew lock portion of the International Space Station following his safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue being installed. Next up, Adno and Hathaway will work to get Meir's safer installed and do the same with her. Once both astronauts are in the crew lock area of the International Space Station, some additional checks will take place with their suits, make sure everything is configured and looking good for the ground, at which point the crew will be given the go for depress or depressurization. The crew lock will be depressurized down to 0 pounds per square inch, or also known as vacuum. Once at vacuum, the crew will get the go to open up the hatch and float out into the vacuum of space. And if you're just joining us, we are continuing to bring you live coverage as 2 NASA astronauts prepare to begin a spacewalk outside the International Space Station to complete a wrist joint repair on the Canadarm2. Today's spacewalkers are NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. This will be the second spacewalk for Chris Williams, who will be wearing the spacesuit with red stripes, and the 5th for Meir, who is getting her safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue installed on your screen there, being assisted by ESA, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, and NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and is the 3rd of this year, as well as the 3rd for Expedition 74. Adeno and Hathaway continuing to work together to get Meir's safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue installed onto her spacesuit. This is a device that would allow a crew member to get back to the International Space Station in the unlikely event that they were to become untethered. Getting a little bit of a view here of the mini workstation that Meir has set up on her spacesuit. That's basically a configuration of tools that the crew member will be using for today's spacewalk. Each crew member is able to get their mini workstation set up in the way that is most practical and applicable to them, the way that they prefer. In view now, you can see the pistol grip tool, which sometimes is referred to as the space drill, but is a specially designed tool that can be utilized in the microgravity environment of space. This will be used today during the spacewalk quite frequently to remove bolts to release the failed joint on the Canadarm2, as well as to install the new joint that is on orbit already. The Canadarm2 launched on April 19th, 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed a few days later on April 22nd, 2001 by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parazynski. You're looking at a live view from inside the International Space Station as two NASA astronauts are suited up in preparation for the start of the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today's spacewalkers, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir, will work together to replace a wrist joint on the Canadarm2. Today's spacewalk will be the second for Williams and the fifth for Meir. This will also be the third spacewalk of the year, as well as the third spacewalk for
Bueno,
Expedition
ahí tenemos
74.
a los
On your screen,
astronautas
you
que
can
van a
also
hacer la
see
caminata
some
espacial,
statistics about
Chris
the
Williams
length
y
of
Jessica
spacewalking
Meir.
time for our
Jessica Meir
spacewalking
es
duo
la
today.
que vimos
Williams has a total of 7 hours
hace un
and 2
rato,
minutes in
si no me
his
equivoco.
other spacewalk he's completed.
Y bueno,
Meir has slightly
los
more
astronautas
at 28 hours 46 minutes over
van a realizar
four spacewalks
esta
today.
experiencia de
Today's
reparar el
spacewalk
brazo,
is expected to
entre otras
last around
tareas.
6 hours and 40 minutes. So both of our duo will add a little bit of time to their total spacewalking career.
Entonces lo que sabemos es que el objetivo principal de esta misión, o sea, de esta caminata espacial, es reemplazar una articulación del brazo, o sea, de la muñeca del Canadarm2, que es el brazo robótico canadiense de la Estación Internacional. Esto es un problema que apareció el 27 de mayo, cuando uno de los motores de esa articulación comenzó a consumir más corriente de lo normal, y por precaución el brazo quedó estacionado mientras los ingenieros de la NASA y la Agencia Espacial Canadiense preparaban la reparación. Y bueno, la caminata está prevista para durar unas 6 horas y media, así que va a haber vivo para rato. Y bueno, también se puede extender el horario, pero aproximadamente eso es lo que va a durar. Y bueno, la estación ya tiene su repuesto a bordo, por lo cual la tarea va a consistir en retirar el conjunto averiado, o sea, la parte averiada, para suplantar la nueva. Así que tenemos vivo para rato. Yo voy a estar cada tanto por aquí con ustedes. Por supuesto no voy a estar las 6 o 7 horas, no sé cuánto es que va a durar bien esto, pero ya sabemos que aproximadamente puede llegar a durar unas 6 horas. Pero los voy a acompañar lo más que pueda, mientras seguimos viendo ahí cómo mueven el traje.
Is from about -250 degrees Fahrenheit to +250 degrees Fahrenheit.
Con el astronauta allá adentro.
Es
impresionante lo que es el traje, ¿no? Por cierto, estamos en vivo para Facebook también, aparte de aquí en YouTube. Y quédense tranquilos porque si llegan tarde no pasa nada, hay caminata espacial para rato.
During the lengthy spacewalks that they have. Again, today's spacewalk is scheduled to last about 6 hours and 40 minutes. While they can't eat during that time period, they do have an in-suit drink bag, which is a plastic water-filled pouch which attaches the inside of the hard upper torso using Velcro. A plastic tube with a valve sticks out of the bag, and the tube and valve can be adjusted to be near the astronaut's mouth. Biting the valve opens the tube so the spacewalker can take a drink, and releasing the bite closes the valve again.
Tiene el traje.
Each crew member does have a mini workstation attached to their spacesuit as well, which is a toolbox of sorts. It's attached to the chest and stores many of the tools that will be used during the spacewalk.
En breve vamos a ver la despresurización de la cabina, tal cual como vemos a veces en las películas de ciencia ficción. Ese momento va a ser un momento muy increíble, ¿no? Van a quedar en el vacío total, pero bueno, ya con sus trajes armados. ¿Vieron lo que son los trajes? Impresionante lo grande que son. Llevan su equipo con sus herramientas. Increíble. Así que bueno, terraplanistas son bienvenidos a ver una caminata espacial y sacarse sus dudas.
And as you can see on your screen there, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, are continuing to get both of our spacewalkers into the crew lock portion of the International Space Station. The crew lock is the outermost part of the Quest airlock and is where final communication and suit systems checks with the ground will occur before the suits are switched to internal battery power, which officially begins the timer of the start of a U.S. spacewalk. As discussed, the spacesuits are essentially mini spacecraft that help keep the crew healthy and safe in the vacuum of space. At nominal pressure, or normal pressure, the suit is about 4.3 pounds per square inch. To put that into a little bit of context, the atmospheric pressure we're used to on the Earth's surface is about 14.7 pounds per square inch, and it's very similar on board the International Space Station as well. 4.3 pounds per square inch, though, is similar to what you'd experience at about 30,000 feet in elevation. This low pressure inside the spacesuit allows much more flexibility, which is crucial when flexing the rigid gloves for the 6.5 to 7 hour spacewalks that crew members take part in. Before starting a spacewalk, crew members spend a lot of time pre-breathing to purge the excess nitrogen from their bloodstream and maintain a 100% oxygen environment. Pre-breathing consists of 2 phases. In the first, the crew breathes 100% oxygen through a mask to begin purging the nitrogen from their bodies. And then in the second phase, the crew gets in their spacesuits and conducts something called the suit light exercise, or aisle exercises, moving their arms and legs ever so slightly to raise their metabolic rate and speed up getting rid of the excess nitrogen. That has already taken place for our spacewalking duo today. All went as planned, and as you can see, continuing to step through procedures ahead of today's spacewalk. Our spacewalk will officially begin when the crew switches their suits to internal battery power after final communication and suit system checks with the ground.
Bueno, mientras seguimos viendo cómo preparan, ahí vemos que están por cerrar la esclusa, así que en breve veremos cómo van a quedar en el vacío. Ese momento va a ser muy impresionante. Bueno, si hay alguien del otro lado, voy a agradecer también que me comente si el audio se está escuchando bien. Bueno, ahí vemos cómo cierran la esclusa. Qué momento este, impresionante. Ya están los 2 astronautas del otro lado con sus herramientas, sus equipos. Y están a punto de salir hacia el espacio, al vacío. Bueno, esto es muy película de ciencia ficción. Vemos que le hacía una seña por la ventana. Bueno, ahora vamos a ver la despresurización, disculpen. Díganme si esto no parece ciencia ficción. Bueno, los animo a que los que vayan entrando de a poco comenten, son bienvenidos. Bueno, ahí vemos cómo cerró la esclusa. Qué momento. Para los que nos gusta el cine de ciencia ficción, esto es un momento épico.
Airlock on 1, steps 76 and 77 are complete.
Copy that, Sophie. Good morning.
Bueno, ahí vemos un procedimiento completo.
Good morning.
Good morning. Para mí también es buen mediodía. Digo, buen día. Bueno, ahí vemos que ya quedó la esclusa completamente cerrada. Ahora vamos a ver si hay despresurización.
Crew copies, and I understand you performing 78 through 80, and they will be hot mic.
Bueno, para los que van entrando, estamos viendo en vivo y en directo lo que va a ser la caminata espacial en la Estación Internacional para reparar lo que es el brazo robótico de la estación, que tiene una falla. Y bueno, los invito a que vayan comentando y por favor que me digan alguno si el audio se escucha bien, el audio de ambiente y el audio mío.
The Capcom's role is to communicate from the ground up to the crew on board the International Space Station. Once the spacewalk begins, the crew that is outside the International Space Station will communicate with the ground IV. Serving as ground IV today is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons.
Estamos viendo en HD lo que es esta hermosa transmisión en vivo desde la Estación Internacional. Para ir comentando un poquito mientras seguimos viendo las imágenes. Bueno, ahí vemos cómo se saludan. Recuerden que lo que va a suceder es la reparación del brazo robótico, el brazo canadiense, que se llama Canadarm2 y mide unos 17 metros de largo. Impresionante el largo que tiene ese brazo robótico. 17 metros de largo, 17,6 metros para ser más exactos, y está en servicio desde el año 2001. Se ha utilizado prácticamente para construir la estación internacional. Y generalmente se utiliza para capturar las naves de carga, mover grandes componentes de la estación, asistir a astronautas durante la caminata espacial e inspeccionar el exterior de la estación internacional. Fue diseñado para que cuando tenga roturas, como en este caso que es una articulación la que está dañada, puedan ser reemplazadas en órbita sin tener que cambiar el brazo completo. Bueno, seguramente en breve vamos a tener las cámaras de los astronautas. Estamos viendo algo increíble.
If you're just joining us, we're continuing to bring you live coverage ahead of the start of the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today's spacewalk prime goal is to replace a wrist joint on the Canadarm2, which has been on board the International Space Station since 2001 and has been
on one. We've completed our step. You go to pick up in step 81, and the go for deep breath clock has expired, so you can continue with the crew lock deep breath cue card.
Bueno, vemos cómo están con la despresurización de la cabina. donde están los dos astronautas que van a salir.
On the next step, without touching, I want you to check on the UIA that switch depress pump power is off OFS.
Bueno, como ven, no es fácil todos los protocolos que hay para poder hacer la despresurización y que los astronautas salgan hacia el vacío, cuando generalmente las películas lo que vemos es algo como que simplemente cierran una compuerta y ya está, apretan un botón y está. Pero bueno, ven que es mucho más complejo.
Pump power is on. In 10 seconds. Jessica, I want you to take the depress pump ISO valve to open. Copy?
Bueno, y vemos cómo sigue la despresurización.
Below 5.5. CV1. Depress pump man isolation valve is open.
Bueno, válvula abierta.
And depressurization is now underway. NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station's Quest airlock.
Bueno, ya vamos a tener en breve las cámaras de los astronautas seguramente.
Are European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno and NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who helped get our spacewalking duo suited up for today's spacewalk. Pressure inside the crew lock now down to 12.75 pounds per square inch. Again, we're going to get that down to 0 or vacuum before the airlock is open to the vacuum of space.
Bueno, en breve ya se irán al vacío del espacio, como veíamos recién, que decía la comentarista.
Jessica and Chris, for your information, we are now 620 millimeters of mercury and descending. 81. 82. And quick question for you, did you experience the same intensity of noise as last time?
81, I've not heard any noise.
I'm not sure what you said. I think you were talking about the noise. The noise is so loud, it was difficult to make out what you said. Yes, that's exactly it. My question was about the volume of the noise.
Yeah. And EV1, I am getting those sounds now. They don't appear as loud as last time, but they're pretty loud.
For EV2, IV copies. Thank you. Extremely loud.
Es un procedimiento arduoso, no es tan sencillo.
The crew lock pressure is now 530 millimeters of mercury and descending.
V1 copies.
EV2.
No sé que ahí tienen las lecturas de la despresurización. Veo que están mirando una notebook. Ahí tenemos la medida pulgadas.
Once pressure inside the crew lock has reached
Aquí
0, the duo will switch their suits to battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. They'll then be given the go to open up the hatch and float out into the vacuum of space. The primary tasks of today's spacewalk are to remove the wrist joint no longer working on the Canadarm2 and replace it with a new joint that's already on orbit to restore
Ya vengo por
functionality
aquí,
to the
no se
Canadarm2.
vayan.
The arm is used in a variety of space station operations, including capture of the Cygnus spacecraft and installation to the International Space Station, as well as for certain spacewalks and robotic work and experiment work done outside the International Space Station. The Canadarm2 has had 3 other previous spacewalks for maintenance on it. The first on June 13th, 2002, during STS-111 by astronauts Franklin Chang Diaz and Felipe Perron, who replaced a wrist joint as well.
The crew pressure is now 450 millimeters of mercury and still decreasing.
81.
82.
The next spacewalk on the Canadarm2 occurred on October 5th, 2017, and was done by NASA astronauts Randy Bresnik and Mark Vande Hei to replace one of 2 redundant latching end effectors, or hands, on the Canadarm2. And the most recent spacewalk was January 23rd, 2018, by Vande Hei and NASA astronaut Scott Tingle, who replaced the second of 2 latching end effectors, which exhibited degraded snare performance.
Quick briefing. In a couple minutes, I will ask you to put the depress pump man alpha valve to close, but not yet, only on my go. Copy.
And we are in a brief handover period between our satellites, but will regain views of the crew on board the International Space Station here shortly. This view of inside Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas.
We are at 6 PSIA.
The Orbit 2 team is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak. And serving as Capcom, or capsule communicator, today is JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide. Our ground IV during today's spacewalk is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, and will be the prime voice that Williams and Meir hear once they are outside the International Space Station and stepping through the procedures to repair the wrist joint on the Canadarm2.
Bueno, en breve sigo con ustedes. Ahí tenemos la sala de control. Tenemos a Capcom.
Pressure
hermosa
inside
toma
the
de
crew lock of the
Houston.
International Space Station continuing to decrease.
Yo
Now
ya
under
vengo,
7
denme
pounds per
un
square
minuto
inch
que
of
estoy con
pressure.
ustedes. Bueno, ahí vemos la sala de control de Houston. Veíamos a Capcom recién. Yo ya vengo, ya en un momentito estoy con ustedes. Denme un minuto que ya vengo. Mientras seguimos viendo la sala de Houston.
Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. It's the third of 2026, as well as the third of Expedition 74. And our spacewalkers today are NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. This will be the second spacewalk for Williams and the fifth for Meir. The goal of today's spacewalk is to replace a wrist joint that malfunctioned during normal Canadarm2 operations on May 27th. The arm drew elevated motor current and did not move as expected, and NASA worked alongside the Canadian Space Agency to understand the issue and determined a spacewalk was required to replace the joint using a spare already aboard the space station. Repairs to robotics like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years of continuous operations. The system was designed with replaceable components and planned for maintenance in mind.
Jessica, in about 10 seconds on my go, you will put this depressant mine also valve to close.
Bueno, seguimos esperando que nos muestren la imagen de los astronautas. En breve, como les decía, ya estoy con ustedes.
You are go.
The first spot man valve is closed.
Yes.
At this time, pressure inside the crew lock is 5 pounds per square inch of pressure and has been paused as expected as system checks of the spacesuits are underway.
Switch your disk to status until leak check question mark is displayed.
EV1. EV2 leak check.
And long yes.
Bueno, para los que recién se conectan, ya tuvimos la preparación de los astronautas, ya estaban en la cabina de despresurización, estaban en ese proceso y estamos esperando que nos muestren las imágenes de los astronautas ya fuera de la estación, directamente en el vacío del espacio.
Spacewalk is marked from the time that a spacesuit is turned on to internal battery power, which has not yet began, but we'll keep you apprised once the spacewalk is officially underway.
En breve estoy con ustedes.
Check complete EV2. Option EVA. Copy.
Leak check complete EV1. Set O2 EVA and work.
EV2 is an EVA. Copy EV2, your O2 actuator is an EVA.
Suit checks are complete for NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who is serving as EV1 today. He'll be wearing the spacesuit with red stripes.
EV1, I understand your O2 actuator is in EVA too. Well done. Jessica, I would like you to depress my ISO valve to open and expect both of you alert tones.
Copy. And ISO valve is open.
Copy. Both of you, I would like you to monitor suit pH below 5.5.
EV1. EV2.
And 2 good suit checks. Depress has now continued back inside the crew lock. Pressure now under 5 pounds per square inch.
Jessica, the next step is going to be for you again, and on my go, when the pressure will be at the correct value, I will ask you to close again this depress pump man as well, only on my go. 82.
Qué pobreza, boludo.
And if you're just joining us this morning, welcome. We are continuing to bring you live coverage as we complete preparations for a spacewalk outside the International Space Station by two NASA astronauts, NASA astronaut Chris Williams and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. They're both suited up in their spacesuits and in the crew lock out of view at this moment. Depressurization of the crew lock is continuing, now at about 3 pounds per square inch of pressure. But back inside the equipment lock of the International Space Station, we can see European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau on the left, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who were primed for getting our spacewalking duo suited up and ready to go out into the vacuum of space this morning. Once pressure inside the crew lock has reached 0, the duo will switch their suits to battery power, which will officially mark the start of today's spacewalk. At this point, they'll be given the go to open the hatch and float out into the vacuum of space and get started on their task for today, which is to repair a wrist joint in the Canadarm2, which has been on board the International Space Station since 2001. It launched April 19th, 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed April 22nd, 2001 by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parazynski. Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and is the third of this year, as well as the third for Expedition 74. Today's spacewalk is the second for NASA astronaut Chris Williams and the fifth for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Williams is serving as spacewalk crew number 1 and is wearing a spacesuit with red stripes.
In about 10 seconds, you will put the depress pump man off the coast. 82.
And Meir is serving as crew member 2 and will wear the unmarked spacesuit today.
You have a go. The ISS is closed. Copy, and then on the UIA, you will take the switch depress pump power to off OFF. Press pump power is off OFF. All right, and Jenny in Houston, over to you.
Good morning, station, and good morning, Chris and Jessica. Happy to be with you and ready to take your tether config.
El auricular
Good
lo estaba
morning.
pegando.
EV1 is starting with my tether config. Starting on my left D-ring extender, I have a small hook of my left waist tether, locked black on black, going up to my mini workstation. On my right D-ring extender, I also have my right waist tether small hook, locked black on black, gate closed, going up to my mini workstation. Also on my right D-ring extender, I have my safety tether red hook that is locked black on black, gate closed, going to my red reel. My red reel is unlocked, and my yellow hook is going back to my mini workstation. I also have EV2's yellow hook attached to my safety tether reel.
Ya llevamos 42 minutos desde que empezó la transmisión. Por ahora no han salido. Creo que no han salido. No, no han salido todavía hacia el vacío del espacio. Están ahí en la cabina despressurizada.
Can take over from there. Copy. I can see, Chris just said, my red hook, gate close slider locked on my right degearing extender. Also on the right degearing extender is my waist tether hook, and that is gate close slider locked. My large hook of my waist tether is on the airlock.
No sé por qué aún no nos muestran las cámaras de los astronautas. Pero bueno, supongo que será un protocolo de ellos.
All right, you two, we copy a good config. I will talk you through the remainder of the depress side of the cue card. Next up, when the crew lock DPDT is approximately 0, you can expect an alert tone. MCC will look into pressure for hatch opening.
81 copies. 82.
Bueno, mientras seguimos esperando, yo me voy a retirar otro poquito y ya estoy con ustedes de vuelta. Para los que recién se van a conectar, se están conectando, les vuelvo a comentar que esta caminata espacial la van a realizar la astronauta Jessica Meir y Chris Williams. Y el objetivo es reemplazar una articulación del brazo del Canadarm2, ese brazo robótico canadiense que tiene la estación internacional, debido a un problema que hubo el 27 de mayo, donde uno de los motores empezó a consumir corriente más de lo normal, y bueno, debido a eso van a hacer el cambio de articulación sobre ese brazo. Para contarles un poquito más de lo que es el Canadarm2, mide unos 17 metros con 6 de largo y está en servicio desde el año 2001, prácticamente desde que se construyó la Estación Internacional. Se usó básicamente para construir la Estación Internacional. Yo ya vengo, ya estoy con ustedes. Cualquier cosa pueden ir preguntando, sacarse alguna duda si es que tienen.
Back inside the
Los invito a que
International
vayan
Space
comentando.
Station, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, are continuing to get things cleaned up after helping Meir and Williams get suited up into their spacesuits. This portion of the International Space Station that you're seeing on your screen is called the equipment lock, rightfully so. It houses a lot of equipment that the crew uses on board the International Space Station and is the prime location for U.S. spacewalkers to get suited up and ready to go outside the hatch. Just beyond the silver door that you see there, what we refer to as the hatch, is the crew lock portion of the International Space Station, where NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams are continuing to have the pressure decrease inside the crew lock, eventually getting down to 0 pounds per square inch of pressure, or essentially equivalent to vacuum. We're now at 1.15 pounds per square inch and closing in. It looks like when the crew does exit the airlock this morning, it will be during a day pass for the International Space Station. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, so the crew on board sees a sunset every 45 minutes and a sunrise every 45 minutes. The International Space Station flies about 250 miles overhead at a speed of 17,500 miles per hour and has been continuously occupied since the year 2000. In this time frame, over 290 individuals representing 26 countries and 5 international partners have visited the International Space Station. Pressure inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station now less than 1 pound per square inch, approaching the 0.90 pound per square inch mark.
Chris and Jessica, the crew lock is at 0.75 psi. We're expecting around 5 more minutes.
P1 copies, 5 more minutes.
EV2.
And this view from outside the International Space Station, you can see the airlock portion of the Quest airlock where the crew lock is located, and the crew members are suited up inside their spacesuits as pressure has now reached 0 pounds per square inch. We will stand by for the suits to be switched on to battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. And at that point, shortly after, we will see the hatch swing open and our crew members exit the International Space Station. First out will be NASA astronaut Chris Williams, followed by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. This will be the second spacewalk for Williams and the 5th for Meir.
EV2 has adjusted TCV for 4.
Copy, TCV4.
Bueno, ahí parece que estamos por ver la salida de los astronautas hacia el
At this
vacío.
time, the International Space Station is flying 260 statute miles over the northeast coast of South America.
Vamos a ver, vamos a tener una toma probablemente de la esclusa abriéndose y saliendo los astronautas. Esto va a ser emocionante. Ay, qué frío que hace por aquí, pero más frío de hacer en ese espacio, en el vacío del espacio.
And in the upper right of your screen there, you can see the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft, which will be the ride home for NASA astronaut Chris Williams just next month.
Estamos viendo la Soyuz. Bueno, cuando vaya a alguna persona conectada voy a volver a explicar un poquito de en qué va esta transmisión.
Pressure
Mientras,
inside the
vamos a
crew
seguir
lock
esperando.
continuing to tick down slowly but surely, now at 0.58 pounds per square inch of pressure. Once outside the International Space Station, the first task for our spacewalking duo will be to get their work site set up and prepared, get everything in a good configuration, and then they'll work to retrieve the spare joint that is temporarily stowed on board the International Space Station. At that point, they will remove the latching end effector of the Canadarm2 and temporarily stow that while they gain access to the failed joint location. Joint number 5 is the joint that is having some issues. They'll then work to remove that failed joint and install the spare joint before putting back on the latching end effector, cleaning up their work site, and heading back in the International Space Station for today. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6 hours and 40 minutes.
Chris and Jess, all our data looks good. We will have you verify on the EV hatch gauge a pressure less than 0.6 psi.
EV1, I see 0.4 psi on the hatch gauge.
Copy. You are go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Bueno, ahí van a abrir la compuerta.
EV1 copies. Opening the hatch in work.
Bueno, ahí viene.
Houston copies. Jack and Sophie, you have a go to close the emergency
¿En qué
MPEV.
momento van a abrir la compuerta? Sí, señor.
Closing emergency MPEV. Copy.
A ver. Esto no es una película, es la realidad. Estamos en vivo de
And
la Estación
everything continuing to
Internacional.
go smoothly here ahead of today's spacewalk, which will be the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Pressure.
Open and in the housekeep.
Copy. Good config. You can switch power to BAT. Please stagger your switch throws and expect a warning tone.
Copy. EV1 throwing switch first. EV1 power is in BAT. Power to BAT.
Copy both. Switch display to Pro to verify a functional display.
V1 display functional. V2 display functional.
Bueno,
Copy. Jess on the UIA. Switch power EV1 and 2 to off OFF and then check all 4 LEDs off.
como les decía hoy, no es como las películas que simplemente hacen despresurización y abren la compuerta, no. Hace varios minutos que están con toda la preparación para salir al vacío del espacio.
V1 copies and work.
V2 is disconnected from small ice flakes.
EV1 disconnected, also some small ice flakes.
Y bueno, cuando dicen EV,
Copy.
o sea, E y la B significa que bueno, que tripulación extravehicular, y es cuando los astronautas que están asignados, como en este caso son estos dos astronautas, van a salir hacia una caminata espacial
Copy for EV2, and we copy your messages. No action.
llevando sus herramientas y sus trajes presurizados para trabajar en el exterior.
And with both spacesuits on battery power at 7:20 a.m. Central Time, our spacewalk is officially underway.
Good config. You can check the depress pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Press pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Set your temperature control valve to max hot.
Bueno, como vemos es un proceso bastante arduoso el tema de la despresurización y de salir hacia el vacío, mientras siguen chequeando válvulas.
EV2 water on.
Check DCM blank and bite off OFF.
Chequeando los trajes.
EV2 off. Blank.
Your go to set your TCV as desired and report it to us. We will take all subsequent TCV changes.
EV1 in work. EV1 TCV at 5.
EV2 is set at 4.
Copy. Settings 5 and 4. Report your suit pressure gauge.
EV1 suit gauge 4.2.
EV2 pressure gauge reads 4.6. Slightly higher than norm.
Copy. 4.2 and 4.6.
seeing the same on my DCM to P4.6.
Copy. We are in the middle of a day pass with over 20 minutes till sunset. Set your visors as required.
One copies.
And Jenny, no words on my slightly higher than normal sea pressure?
We have no concerns, Jess. It will breathe down, and it's within the range that we were expecting.
Okay, 82 copies.
Okay, and Houston has checked your suit parameters. We are good to go. So with that, Chris, you can open the hatch thermal cover. You can release the hook from the magnetic plate D-ring and attach it to the stowage tether point.
BB1, in work. Thermal cover is released. 6 Sharpie lines visible.
Copy, and confirm you cinched the strap until snug.
Yep, cinched until snug. And attached to the tether point.
Good config. Chris, you can egress the airlock, and you're looking to attach your hook to the forward starboard curved handrail D-ring.
And we are seeing the thermal cover of the Quest airlock now open. Here shortly we will expect to see first NASA astronaut Chris Williams float out of the hatch, followed by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. And there you can see NASA astronaut Chris Williams exiting the airlock. This is his second spacewalk.
BB1, my yellow hook is attached to the forward starboard curved handrail.
Copy. I'll take your checks.
Copy, closed, black on black. For my safety, my red reel, and my red reel is unlocked.
Okay, those are good checks, Chris. You can attach Jess's hook to the airlock handrail 0554 port stanchion. We'll also take checks.
Copy, 0554 port stanchion in work.
Good read back.
And as Williams continues to make his way outside of the Quest airlock, you did hear him communicate with the ground IV Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons about some hooks as well as tethers. He's getting everything configured and in a good spot before he continues on his way to the work site today.
EV2's yellow hook is on the port stanchion of handrail 0554. Slider gate is closed. Slider is locked. Black on black.
Good config, Chris. You can give Jess a go to release her waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender and turn on your HECA.
Copy. Jessica, you have a go to release from the airlock D-ring extender, and my HECA is on.
So I have released my waist tether, and I have the crew lock bag ready whenever you're in position.
Stand by. Maneuvering back under.
Houston, copies all.
Let me just move my waist tether on the other side of your safety tether.
No rush, whenever you're ready.
Okay, our safety tethers are clear, and I am maneuvering under hatch and getting my DRT ready.
And I see your tether just behind your helmet.
Copy.
Williams continuing to make his way outside of the Quest airlock as he begins the second spacewalk of his career. Next up will be NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is completing the fifth of her career. Today's spacewalk is the 280th spacewalk in support of station maintenance assembly and upgrades.
Short handover.
Okay, I have the handrail of the bag. I got the bag. Working on the rest.
Bueno, ahí vemos que tenemos un problema con la imagen. Mientras
The
seguimos
goal of
esperando que
today's
salgan.
spacewalk is to replace a malfunctioning joint on the Canadarm that observed a
Tenemos de vuelta la explicación de
elevated
qué es lo
motor
que van a
current
hacer.
on May 27th and did not move as expected.
Ahora no tenemos preguntas en
NASA worked
directo.
alongside the Canadian Space Agency to understand the issue and determined today's spacewalk was required to replace the joint using a spare already on board the
Es una
space
lástima que no
station.
haya ningún terraplanista por aquí en vivo
Gonna
para
clear
hacer
this
sus
bag from my
comentarios.
safety tether and get it secured.
Jenny, the crew lock bag wrecked from the airlock. The small hook is now on the UIA.
Houston copies. We're back with you after the handover. Chris, when you're ready, you can give Jess a go to egress the airlock.
Copy, Jess. You have a go to egress. I am on the forward side.
Copy.
And you did just hear
Ahí
that
tenemos
NASA
la imagen
astronaut
de
Jessica
vuelta.
Meir has the go
Ah,
to exit the airlock
Claro,
as
el
well,
sol lo
so
que
she'll
pasa es que
soon
le
be
está
coming
dando
out here
casi el sol
shortly.
directo a la cámara.
Inside.
No me había percatado de ese momento.
You also heard that Williams got the go to turn on his HECA or helmet camera. Because the space station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes as it's traveling 17,500 miles per hour, the crew sees a sunset and a sunrise every 45 minutes, so those helmet cameras are particularly important during a night pass, but can be useful during day passes too, as the crew prepares and does their work aboard the International Space Station.
Okay, see you coming out.
We'll move to the offside.
Okay.
And Jenny, I'm out of the airlock and I've got a waist tether down.
Houston copies. You can turn on your HECA and work together for buddy checks.
And we both have both spacewalkers now out of the Quest airlock.
My HECA's on.
Copy, HECA on. We'll also take the thermal cover closed.
V1 in work.
You also heard some communication from the ground saying that the crew has the go for buddy checks. You'll hear this throughout today's spacewalk, and this is a way to get eyes on each individual crew member and check out their tethers and make sure everything is configured in a way that is expected, nothing is tangled up, as well as complete a glove check to inspect the gloves, make sure everything looks as expected on the gloves, there's no rips or tears, as well as a HAP check. The HAP is the helmet absorption pad and is installed inside the spacesuit's helmet as a precautionary measure in case there were to be any water or liquid that would leak out inside of the helmet. So the crew does a check to make sure that that HAP is dry from time to time.
All right, that's both lights on all. Okay, I'm looking at your HECA, and I see a good green light. I see both your helmet lights are on and your visor is down. I see 1, 2, 3 tabs up. I see your left paper handle is up. UP, the man ISO valve handle. See? A little further back. There it is.
Got it,
Okay. Yep, I see it down. And I see your safer HCM deploy is down. All right, I see you've
Bueno, ahí
got
ya tenemos
your
la
tether
toma
in
de
good config. I see it,
los astronautas.
not tangled with anything.
Veo que ya están fuera, ahí están
And I see your BRT
enganchados.
is load. You look like you're in a good config.
Okay, copy, and I can report that my HAP is dry.
Sinceramente no sé en qué momento salieron.
Copy that. And I also have a dry
Yo
HAP.
estaba atendiendo el celular y no logré ver. Ahora sí, tenemos la cámara, al fin, ahora sí, tenemos la cámara directamente de... No sé cuál de los dos astronautas es, si Williams o Meir. Miren qué hermosa toma.
Yep.
Miren la Tierra ahí de fondo, qué impresionante. Vemos cómo se van asegurando.
Copy.
Qué impresionante. Miren lo que es esa toma. Ahí vemos cómo usan los ganchos de seguridad. Eso fue lo que nos mostró
Houston copies,
el
good buddy check.
astronauta
Great job, you two.
el
With
día de
that, we
ayer
are ready
en su
to start
Instagram,
our
que está en el
translation.
short aquí
So
del
Chris,
canal.
you will be translating to the forward edge of
Ahí bueno, estamos viendo la cámara de Chris Williams.
And Jess, you are headed up to the port Theta cart.
Qué impresionante. Lástima, no hay gente viendo esto, no lo puedo creer. O sea, no puedo creer que la gente no mire esto. Miren parados ahí en el vacío. Qué increíble esto. Parados completamente en el vacío, viendo una transmisión
And with
en
good buddy
HD.
checks, the crew is now going to translate or begin to make their way to the work site for today. The work site is fairly close to the airlock, so they don't have too far to go. During today's spacewalk, you'll be able to tell our crew members apart by the stripes on their spacesuits. So NASA astronaut Chris Williams will be wearing the suit with red stripes, and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir will be wearing the unmarked spacesuit.
You are 10 minutes up, and Jess, a caution for you: avoid inadvertent contact with the deployed cable.
Qué hermosas tomas que estamos viendo desde la cámara de los astronautas. ¿Se imaginan lo que ha de ser estar ahí? Parece que están literalmente flotando en la nada, porque están flotando sobre la nada. Vemos la Tierra ahí abajo. Es súper emocionante, esto es increíble verlo. Qué lástima que no hay nadie del otro lado para poder comentarlo.
And as the duo continues to
Ahí
make their
tenemos
way
la
to
cámara
their
de
work site,
Williams.
we are
Eso
getting some
era lo que
views
nos
of the
mostraba
Earth
recién
below
la
as
NASA.
they do so. The International Space Station is currently flying 268 statute miles off the coast of Antarctica, off the southern tip of Africa.
Bueno, ahora estamos viendo la cámara de Meir, de Jessica. Vemos cómo se va desplazando a través de la estación. Tienen que llegar hasta el brazo canadiense Canadarm2. Allá vemos la sonda Soyuz de fondo.
The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, and you can actually view it fly
Qué
overhead.
momento, qué
If you're
increíble
interested
esto.
in seeing where the International Space Station flies overhead near you, you can check out nasa.gov/spot-the-station or check out our app. You can see when the space station will be
No
flying
estamos
overhead and
viendo
go
una película
outside
de
and take
ciencia
a look for
ficción,
yourself.
estamos viendo la realidad en este preciso momento, aparte. Estamos en vivo y en directo. Ahí arriba hay dos personas fuera de la estación con sus trajes presurizados a punto de reparar un brazo robótico. Miren ese nivel de detalle de los componentes. A ver si podemos identificar algo. Bueno, vemos que la estación por fuera tiene muchas agarraderas, muchos lugares de donde asegurarse. Ahí vemos cómo se asegura el gancho. Muy bien. Qué importante eso. ¿Se imaginan lo que sería que salga expulsada la persona y se aleje de la estación? Ah, qué momento. Súper importante ese gancho de seguridad. Bueno, ya vemos al otro astronauta. Ahí vemos... Ahí estamos viendo a Williams en este momento.
Arch hook of the AET external to that crew lock bag to the forward starboard SRAM handrail.
Nice work. Next step is to configure the mutt ball stack mutt on the CTC port handrail.
Impresionante.
Copy that. And I realized I put it on the starboard port handrail and switching over to the forward starboard handrail.
Houston copies.
Ahí tenemos dual cámara. Tenemos las dos cámaras a la vez. Ahí tenemos la caja de repuestos. Eso que estamos viendo es la caja de repuestos, donde están todos los repuestos.
Box item kind of in the center of the screen. That's his mini workstation, which we discussed before. Carries the tools and tethers and all the equipment that he'll need for today's spacewalk. And on the right hand side of your screen there, you see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet camera.
Got the APFR on my BRT.
Copy, Jess. You can translate down to ESP2 via the lab strut, and the gap spanner will take a double press of the port cedar-cart brake release and a poor man's fair lead on the lab.
And those communications confirming that NASA astronaut Jessica Meir retrieved the APFR. This is the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, and is essentially a foot restraint that the crew members get into to be able to secure their legs in the microgravity environment of space and work during a spacewalk.
En un minutito ya vengo con ustedes. Recuerden que esta transmisión va a durar aproximadamente 6 horas. Un promedio de 6-5 horas. Así que tenemos para rato.
Copy, Venus and ports.
Good readback.
Okay, mutt ball stack mutt is locked, facing Venus and ports.
Looks great. Thanks, Chris. Chris, with the speedy work you made of the mutt ball stack mutt, we will have you get a head start on attaching the mutt ball stack mutt ret to the spare joint MLI and getting a head start on releasing the MLI from the spare joint.
Copy that. We'll start getting attached to the spare joint MLI.
Good read back.
And I'm on the lab, Jenny. I'll do my four-man fair lead.
Copy.
And this view of NASA astronaut Chris Williams in the center of your screen. Again, he's going to be wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes today. He's EV1. He's been given the go from the ground to begin to remove MLI. MLI is multi-layer insulation and is used outside the International Space Station to protect a lot of items that are going to be exposed to vacuum for a longer period of time. So he's going to work to remove that MLI from the spare joint that is already outside the International Space Station, staged and ready to go. This spare joint will be installed on the Canadarm2 today as part of the spacewalk.
Seconds to a short handover.
Copy.
As you can see on your screen, it's beginning to get a little bit darker for our crew members. Again, the International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, so the crew sees a sunrise and a sunset every 45 minutes. We're in a brief handover between our satellites, but you are looking at a view inside Mission Control Houston at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The team of flight controllers here on the ground is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak. And today's ground IV, which is the prime voice that you hear communicating to our spacewalkers, is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. To her right is our Capcom, or capsule communicator, JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, who will be communicating with the crew that is back on board the space station.
Some warnings and cautions for you both.
EV1 copies and ready to copy.
And EV2.
All right, avoid electrical connectors, grounding tabs, and sensitive interfaces on the temp stow and primary FSE rings, and sensitive areas on the joints SLE and CLA. We're also coming up on our EDF work, so avoid pulling too hard on the EDF lanyards and side-loading the EDFs.
EV1 copies.
EV2.
For EV1, quick question on our RET choreography here. Right now, I still have a RET going from the crew lock bag to the mutt ball stack mutt. Is that one eventually coming down to the FSE?
A-firm, you can put that RET on the FSE.
Okay, in work.
Jenny, I see my four-man fair lead does seem to be staying in place.
Copy.
All right, Jessica, I see you coming down with your APFR. You're looking in a good configuration.
EV2. See where it's fixed.
And Jess, can I verify, is your four-man fair lead staying in place, or did you report that it's not staying in place?
I reported that I saw that it was.
Okay, good news. Thanks, Jess. And while I have you, can you just confirm that you did the seat-a-cart brake release?
Actually, no, I did not. I guess I needed another reminder there. I did not do that brake release, so we'll keep that in mind for the way back.
That's fine. It was precautionary. We'll catch it on the backside. We'd like you to continue getting to the work site and getting the APFR ready.
See.
And on the left hand of your screen there, you are seeing NASA astronaut Chris Williams' helmet cam as he removes that MLI multi-layer insulation from the spare joint that is staged and ready to go outside the International Space Station. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is continuing to make her way to today's work site and get her articulating portable foot restraint installed.
I think I might need to go around to the other side to get the Velcro on the back of it.
Okay, copy.
It is attached to, they have a ret going to the D-ring out and adjustable from the ball stack mutt. One end of that adjustable is attached to the tether point on that.
Copy. And Jenny, I'm going to put this at a clocking of 3.
Affirm, clocking of 3. Would you like your additional settings?
Not quite yet.
Okay, copy. I can confirm clocking of 3. And nice work, Chris. You can translate around ESP2 to the aft side of the spare joint.
Copy. Heading around to the aft side.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we are now 31 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are working to translate to their work sites in preparation of swapping out a failed wrist joint on the Canadarm2.
And install of the APFR. Jess, your next task is to continue with the stowage of the MLI on the ball stack mutt. Sounds like Chris got it tethered for you and potentially released the quarter-turn fasteners. Once he can release on the aft side, you can bundle the MLI using the adjustable.
And I'm going back around, looking in a good configuration, Jeff.
At this time, the work site is successfully set up and prepared for today's spacewalk. Williams did remove that MLI or multi-layer insulation from the spare joint. Next up, our spacewalking duo will work together to utilize the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to remove bolts on the spare joint fasteners. And this spare wrist joint will then be temporarily stowed while the duo makes its way over to the Canadarm2 and does some work on the end effector.
And Chris, we also see you getting in position to assist with that MLI, and then you'll be positioning for the joint drive bolts.
Copy.
You guys are doing great, making up good time. Just a reminder, our workspace is really tight today, so we're keeping a close eye and also want you to be wary of any sort of helmet or visor bumps in your workspace today.
If you want.
Me too.
Okay, EV1 on the aft side.
Copy.
And in this view, we do have a view of both of our crew members, our spacewalkers today. On the upper left portion of your screen is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. She's wearing the unmarked spacesuit. On the right is NASA astronaut Chris Williams wearing the suit with the red stripes.
I'm going to fix that. I took off a little piece, the joint MOI.
Copy. It's hard when we make everything the same color.
Yep. Okay, that MOI that I unvelcroed is velcroed back down.
Copy. And again, you're looking for that joint drive bolt, and your first action will be to press the button and move the drive handle to EVA.
Okay, stand by. I'm going to get into a gear body position here.
Sounds great.
And Jessica Meir does have that MLI, that multi-layer insulation that was removed by Williams, now tethered to her. Williams is going to get the pistol grip tool configured to be able to release bolts from the spare wrist joint there that you see in the center of your screen. Eventually this will be installed on the Canadarm2 as part of today's spacewalk.
Copy, working on my BRT.
Bueno, ya hace un rato están los astronautas en el exterior de la Estación Internacional. Han completado la salida por la esclusa de aire y bueno, ya se desplazaron hacia el lugar de trabajo, llevando las herramientas, ¿sí? Su caja de herramientas, como veíamos hace un rato. Y bueno, en algunos momentos de la transmisión, como vemos, las cámaras se van alternando entre las cámaras que están fuera de la estación, como es esta que tenemos ahora, y las cámaras que llevan los propios astronautas en sus trajes. Y bueno, eso nos permite ver la actividad desde diferentes perspectivas. Incluso podemos apreciar cada tanto la inmensidad de la Tierra cuando veíamos lo que era el planeta en sus pies. Y bueno, ya recordando lo que es el objetivo de esta caminata, es reemplazar una de las articulaciones de la muñeca del brazo robótico Canadarm2. Y bueno, es un componente súper importante y fundamental para lo que es cargas y para realizar diferentes operaciones de mantenimiento. También para realizar caminatas espaciales.
I've got a BRT down and rigidized, and I'm working my PGT.
Copy. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
Bueno, como ven, los astronautas siempre están sujetados mediante líneas de seguridad, como se puede ver claramente ahí. Y además de eso, cada traje tiene incorporado un pequeño sistema de propulsión de emergencia en el caso que tengan que regresar hacia la estación por si se llegan a soltar y caer al vacío. O sea, caer entre comillas, ¿no? Por supuesto que caer no van a caer, sino que van a desplazarse simplemente en el vacío del espacio.
You may have heard the acronym BRT. That stands for Body Restraint Tether, and that is a way in which the crew members attach themselves to the International Space Station. The crew have a variety of different hooks and fasteners and tethers that they use to make sure that they are always securely attached to the space station or equipment aboard it.
Display is reset.
Ahí vemos la caja de mantenimiento o la bolsa de mantenimiento con sus herramientas.
All right, Chris, we are ready for you to drive this joint drive bolt. This will be 225 turns. We will back you up with timing from the ground. It'll be about 4.5 minutes. Let us know when you start.
Copy that. I am ready to start turns. Jessica, I'm starting turns now.
Okay, copy.
And Jess, when you are able, we will take a visual check on the direction of the joint drive. We're looking for counterclockwise from your perspective.
And this view from NASA astronaut Chris Williams' helmet cam as he utilizes the pistol grip tool to release those bolts on the spare joint on the International Space Station that will be installed on the Canadarm2.
Turns.
And from our external cameras, we are actually able to verify good motion. So Jess, we no longer need that check from you, and we are comfortable waiting for the scoop install until after the bolt if needed.
Okay, yeah, I can confirm that motion right now as well, moving counterclockwise from my perspective.
Excellent.
I am going to pause with the scoop because I don't have anywhere to put my right hand, and it would basically, my right hand would be near the mechanism that's turning. So I'm going to wait with the scoop.
That sounds great to us, Jess. We're learning a lot about this work site today, so no problem.
I can say that I can give a very good inspection right now of the spare. On this side, I see all good connectors. I don't see any fraud. Don't see anything off nominal.
Good news. Thank you.
Turning much more slowly than I anticipated.
And Williams continuing to drive those bolts. As the ground stated, this will take about 4.5 minutes. Doesn't always take this long to drive bolts during spacewalks, but this is a particularly long bolt.
Okay, I have a scoop in my hand. Let's see if I can temp fill that somewhere.
Yeah, and we can have you wait too, Jess. That's totally fine. We're over halfway through this bolt.
Okay. $200.
Bueno, ahí estamos viendo cómo está trabajando, creo que es Williams, con esa herramienta que es como un taladro, sí, es un taladro eléctrico para desarmar una pieza.
Good turn count. Thanks so much, Chris. You can stow the PGT.
Vemos que tiene como un tubo.
Wow, Chris. I can report negative 69 degrees on the dial. Looks exactly right.
Great news. Wonderful eyesight. We love it.
Sí, era como estaba trabajando con una especie de atornillador
maybe we can work together to
eléctrico.
put it on this side because I don't have anything to hold on to.
Yep. Stand by one. Let me just volunteer put this joint drive bolt back to motor before I forget.
Copy.
A-firm, that is your next step. Back to motor.
Joint drive is in motor, and the button's popped up.
Copy. Good config. You can assist with the scoop.
Copy.
Some happy reports from the team here on the ground following those 225 drives by the pistol grip tool done by NASA astronaut Chris Williams. So you can see on your screen there helmet cams from both of our spacewalkers today as they work together to help get this spare joint removed.
I think it should be a lot easier from that side. That's the correct orientation. And I will start looking at the ATFR. So Jenny, first I'm going to move Chris's from 5 to 4.
Affirm, but we do have a step to move the scoop ret to the starboard fram handrail. I want to make sure that you can do that as well.
Okay, copy.
Okay, scoop is on and locked. The handle pointing aft.
Okay, well done. I will grab the other end and get the tether on the starboard handrail.
Copy. Let me...
And the jaws ended up closing, so I will reopen them.
Copy. Release the ret from the scoop?
Oh, no, leave the ret.
Firm.
I'm going to release this end.
Sorry, yep.
Yes, this is the intent of this is that it is the tether for the spare once we remove it, so we are just tethering it to the fram.
Copy. Yep.
Okay, it is tethered to the fram handrail. I think one of the things we might want to consider is, well, I guess the crew lock bag will be gone. Having the crew lock bag right here has made it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
But I think it's gone when we're back here.
I concur with that. It is kind of in the way, but yeah.
All right, Houston copies all. We concur. It should be out of the way soon.
I'm going to check on this muck because...
And if you're just joining us this morning, welcome. We are continuing to cover the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. We're 47 minutes into today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6 hours and 40 minutes. Our spacewalkers today are 2 NASA astronauts, Chris Williams, who's completing the 2nd spacewalk of his career, and Jessica Meir, who is completing her 5th.
Bravo 7. And I'm looking at the access to the mux. I think I can get... we were worried about access to number 1, I think, right? But I think there's plenty of clearance.
That's a great report. Thank you. And yes, we were concerned with the wobble.
Can you verify with the orientation of the scoop right now?
Yeah, I might need to do a different body position. I'm sorry, go ahead, Jess.
For the jaws of the butt. So look, is this the orientation you were expecting?
Stand by. Oh, sorry, I can't quite see.
Yeah, I think this makes sense for how the scoop is. This is going to be able to attach to the scoop handle. The only problem is you might want to put the ret on the other side of the scoop. So take a look. Jaws are going to close around the starboard side, and the ret is there.
Let me do that. The scoop is locked, so I can do that. Concur?
Concur.
Houston following along.
Right, this MDSU is rather inconvenient.
Yeah. Well, notes on the worksite, Jenny. For me, like positioning that scoop, the one thing that would be good to hold on to the body position is that other temp stow ring that has the sharp edge concerns. So, and then the bag is right there as well. So I think it works really well to have Chris get the scoop from the aft side.
All right, I copy the report, Jess. We do believe you could hold on to the edge of that spare ring, just not the grounding tabs. Those are the sharp edge concerns. locations.
Okay, copy, that's good to know. And I can see those grounding tabs.
Copy.
And the main task of today's spacewalk is to replace joint number 5 of the wrist joint on the Canadarm2, which malfunctioned during May 27th normal operations. An elevated motor current was experienced and the arm did not move as expected. There is a spare joint on board the International Space Station that Meir and Williams are working to release as we speak that will be installed into the Canadarm2 today.
Bravo 7, counter 2 is set.
Good readback. You can start releasing EDFs. We suggest you start with EDF 5. This will be 5.5 turns.
Copy, EDF 5, 5.5 turns. I see it, and I'm briefing and getting that in work.
Copy.
Have that on the APSR.
Copy. And a reminder, this is the potential sticky locking collar APFR. We're well equipped to handle that should it come up.
And Williams now going to use the pistol grip tool in order to further release the spare joint on board the space station.
Great news. Thanks, Jess.
I am starting turns on EDF 5.
Copy.
That's 5.5 turns on EDF and started pulling out when I took the PGT off. That's a good sign.
Copy. 5.5 turns on EDF 5, and it started pulling out. Confirm you can pull it all the way out with the lanyard.
Gonna work. Lanyard's a little bit twisted. Let me see if I can get my hand in there. EDF 5 is fully extracted. All of the retaining tethers are good. Looks like the bolt at the top did come a little bit loose, though.
Okay, we copy, and it does look like it's popped out to us, so that's a good config.
And Jetty, a clocking of 9, correct?
And with that first fastener successfully removed, Williams is now going to work on removing the remaining 5 on the spare joint.
Is the stickiness of... Okay,
Or 1. Go ahead, Jess.
The EDF 6.
I have a black on black and a good pull test, but I'm not passing the phone port twist.
Copy.
I'm starting turns on EDF 6.
Houston copies.
This sticky locking collar, I can see that I'm in... I think what's happening is it's not going to black on black.
All right, we copy.
And now that I'm in the whiff, it's not running all the way to...
And Jess, we just want to make sure that there's no interference as you're installing this with structure.
Okay,
so potentially you could deploy the ingress aid. We think that that might have been preventing a good install. The locking collar might be a separate issue.
I'm watching the ingress aid. I can see it's coming close to ESP2, but it's not impacting. And I actually got it now. I have black on black, caulking of 9, and a good pull twist test.
Okay, excellent. Your other settings are Fox Fox, Charlie 6.
Fox Fox, Charlie 6.
Good readback.
And EV1 can confirm that EDF6 is extracted.
Copy, EDF6.
And same thing on EDF6. It does look like that nut at the end. It does look like that nut at the end unthreaded a little bit.
All right, we copy. Not a concern, but EDF6 is extracted. You can move on to EDF1.
Copy, EDF1 in order.
Williams continuing to make good progress in removing the fasteners from the spare joint outside the International Space Station.
And Jenny, I've increased my cooling to 7 for the time being. So I think with this one, I know that we thought it had the collar. I think it's actually the pitch knob, my old nemesis, that is very sticky. You can see that it is is locked. Now I can push it in, but I'm unable to turn it. Oh, wait, there it goes. It's turning.
We copy.
And meanwhile, Jessica Meir is working to remove the articulating portable foot restraint from the worksite interface structure on board the International Space Station and get that installed, where she will be utilizing it today.
Box and the pitch knob is locked, can be depressed. Let's see, that was Charlie and 6, correct?
Affirm, Fox Fox, Charlie 6, and copy, good check on the pitch knob.
And we're starting to come up into a sun pass of the International Space Station, which orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. So we'll see a sunset and sunrise every 45 minutes throughout the duration of our spacewalk today.
With my DRT down here.
Okay, we copy. That was the one that we thought might be a more challenging reach with the wobble, too.
Yeah, if you had the shorter one, I think it would have been doable. Let me see. One last try.
Hey, good data. Thank you, Chris.
I have Charlie 6 as well.
Copy. Those are good settings. We are ready for you to reconfigure the port APFR. We're looking for Fox Fox, Lima 6.
Copy.
I'm going to try Bravo 7 counter 2 on EDF6.
Good settings.
For 1, sorry.
And that should be EDF1, Affirm.
Five and a half turns.
Copy, 5.
Jenny, I see that this handrail that I was planning on using for a lot of action, which is just on the front face of ESP2, just starboard of my APFR, does have a handrail clamp on it. So does that mean I cannot waist tether to it?
Good question, Jess. Yes, you can use that as a local tether point. Obviously, we don't want that to be your prime load path, but it's legal for a local.
I copy, legal for a local. And also for BIT.
Affirm.
Copy. Okay, Jenny, I've got those 3 EDFs, 6, 5, and 1 released and pulled out.
Copy. 6, 5, and 1 released and pulled out. And Chris, next steps for you are, as written, to maintain control of the joint for Jess's bolts to be released. But since you have a little extra time here, if you can reach EDF 4, that's the one under the scoop, we would also like you to attempt to release that one.
And we are getting some really great views of our spacewalkers today now that we are back in a day pass. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is wearing that spacesuit with the red stripes on the top of your screen, and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is on the bottom left of your screen. You can just see her legs and feet there, but she is wearing the unmarked spacesuit today. In the center of your screen is the spare joint that our duo is working to remove from its temporary stowage location and get it in a configuration to eventually be able to install later today on the Canadarm2. We've just surpassed the 1 hour mark in today's spacewalk. The crew is continuing to make good progress and is running about 20 minutes or so ahead of the timeline. Today's spacewalk did begin at 7:20 a.m. Central Time, so we are 1 hour, 1 minute, and 30 seconds into the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
Five and a half turns on DF4.
Copy. 5.5 turns, EDF4. I see you stowing your PGT, Chris. We'll also take a confirmation that the lanyard can be pulled out.
Yep, stand by. I need to, I think, get down there a little bit more to get in position for that.
Copy.
And NASA astronaut Chris Williams is working to stow that PGT or pistol grip tool for now, but it won't be the last that we see of it today, certainly. It will come into play quite a bit during today's spacewalk. Also in view just above his head there is the mini workstation, which has a variety of tools and tethers and items that will be utilized during today's spacewalk.
After 5.5 turns. Came out a little bit, but not the whole way.
Copy, we're talking it. Chris, we would like you to try jiggling this EDF as you're pulling it out. If that does not work, we will move to doing an additional 2 turns.
Copy. Let me, if I can get a better position here.
And Williams continuing to work through steps to release that spare wrist joint.
Yeah, the scoop is kind of in the way for me to get a good hand on it.
Mm-hmm. All right, my APFR is set in Lima 6.
Copy. Good APFR settings. Thanks, you two. Now we will get Jess to reposition for releasing EDF 2, and the last EDF we'd planned for is EDF 3. So after EDF 2, let's just take a pause and make sure that Chris can maintain control of the spare joints. And I have consumables updates when you're ready.
EV1 copies all and ready.
EV2 copies, just one point. I'm in a good position right now for Bolt 2. Since it's more port, I think I'm going to need to stay here more port, which means after the bolt, Chris, I could reposition a little bit to help you guide it in.
Copy.
That make sense to you?
Does.
I can... Yeah.
And Houston's fine with that plan.
And if you've been following along, Williams has released several of the fasteners that are securing the spare joint to the structure outside the space station. And now Jessica Meir is going to work to release the remaining fasteners.
You're both doing a great job. The limiting consumable is EV1 MEDOX at 7 hours, and you're around 20 minutes ahead of the timeline. But I think a lot of the dev you guys have done in the past hour will really pay dividends for the rest of the EVA. Great work.
EV1 copies.
EV2.
Jess, this PGT setting will include Bravo 7, so we'd like you to brace appropriately. Let me know when you're ready for those settings.
Okay, and I'll give you a cow first.
And outside of Jessica Meir's helmet camera on the right hand of the screen, we are seeing a view of the Earth below. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every single 90 minutes and is currently beginning a pass into the United States. It's just flying over the Pacific Ocean now, but soon will be passing along the coast of Olympia, Washington, and will be flying over the entire United States, essentially, including directly over Houston, Texas, here in just a couple of minutes. We'll let you know when we're overhead in Houston, but as of right now, the International Space Station is just currently over Olympia, Washington, and so here shortly, just a couple minutes from now, it will be over Houston. That's how fast the space station flies, 17,500 miles per hour. If you want to see when you can spot the International Space Station flying overhead, you can check out our app, Spot the Station, as well as our website, and you can enter in your location where you live and see when the International Space Station will fly overhead. And this view from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where the Orbit 2 team is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Enkowiak. Here in Mission Control Houston, there are a variety of console positions that are staffed to maintain the International Space Station and its systems, including during today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
After the handover, and we can confirm Bravo 7, counter 2.
Bravo 7, counter 2 is set, and I'm looking for 5.5 turns.
Affirm, and we have it down that this is EDF 2.
I am on EDF 2.
Copy.
I'm starting turn.
And as we regain some views and communications with the crew on board the space station, or outside the space station, rather, as they complete today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is completing the 5th spacewalk of her career, and she is currently working to remove some fasteners holding the spare joint for the Canadarm2 to the International Space Station that will be installed later on during today's spacewalk.
We see a great view of that. All right, we have one EDF left. We are tracking that is EDF 3. So we would like Chris to maintain control of the spare joint and give Jess a go to release EDF 3 when she is in position. Let me know when you're ready for one caution.
Chris is ready, and I have a hand on the scoop. I have control.
So I'm going to switch to the other handrail for this.
Copy.
Bueno, seguimos aquí transmitiendo en vivo
Houston, copy.
desde la Estación Internacional.
And this view of
Seguimos
NASA
viendo
astronaut
cómo
Jessica
los
Meir in the
astronautas
unmarked spacesuit on the lower
están
portion of your
desarmando
screen as she works to
para poder
remove
llegar
that
al,
final fastener
a la
securing the
muñeca
spare
del
joint
brazo
to the space station. Above her is
robótico que
NASA
tienen que reparar.
astronaut Chris Williams in the spacesuit with the red stripes. He's serving as
Son
EV1
bienvenidos
or
a
extravehicular
preguntar
member 1, and Jessica Meir is serving as
dudas, a
EV2
sacar
during
sus
today's
dudas.
spacewalk.
Yeah, exactly. That's my thinking.
Vamos a hacer un repaso rapidito de lo que es la misión esta y de los nombres de los astronautas. Tenemos a Jessica Meir y Chris Williams, y hay que comentar que para Williams es una nueva oportunidad de sumar experiencia en actividades extravehiculares, mientras Meir ya cuenta con varias salidas extravehiculares y de reparación. Y bueno, el objetivo principal es reparar una articulación del brazo robótico Canadarm2. Es un brazo robótico canadiense que está colocado desde el año 2001 y prácticamente se usó para construir la estación internacional. Y el problema que apareció en el brazo fue en el día 27 de mayo, el cual empezó a generar exceso de calor en el motor de la articulación. A ver qué vemos por aquí. Bueno, les decía que comenzó a generar exceso de calor, no, disculpen, de corriente en el motor, por lo cual fue deshabilitado para asegurarse de que no pase nada. Y bueno, en base a eso, esta caminata espacial va a reemplazar ese motor que tenía exceso de
And as our
consumo.
crew members continue to work on removing that last fastener securing the Canadarm2 to the International Space Station,
Y
here is
recuerden
a
que
view
esto
of the
demora
arm where the wrist joint will
aproximadamente
be
unas 5 o
repaired
6
during today's
horas.
spacewalk. As we mentioned, the International Space Station a few minutes ago was
Mientras
entering the United States. It's now
vemos
currently
esta
flying
hermosa
over
toma,
Amarillo, Texas
ya
at
llevamos
17,500
aproximadamente
miles
una
an
hora
hour, so getting a view of
y
the state of Texas below the Canadarm2.
media aproximadamente desde que los
Here in just a
astronautas
couple
han
of minutes, the
salido
International
hacia
Space Station will
el
be flying
espacio,
directly
hacia el
overhead
vacío del
in
espacio.
Houston. So if you're in Houston, if you're on your commute to work, make sure you give the space station and its crew members a little wave.
Así que bueno, yo voy a estar aquí desde este lado. Cualquier cosa pueden ir preguntando, les invito a que escriban mientras seguimos viendo estas hermosas tomas. Ahí tenemos la nueva toma desde el traje del astronauta. Vean lo que es la calidad de sus materiales.
And on your screen here, we can see the spare joint is making its way loose. The crew members are making sure to keep it nice and secure as they do so.
Use the tether point to kind of wiggle it a little bit to get these paddles out.
Yeah, I can't hold on to anything except for like the edge of the front face here. So.
Yeah, I think these paddles are not popping out. You just make sure. Okay. We got jaws closed, paddles out, and nope, not quite.
Yeah, those
There we go. Jaws closed, paddles out, and locked.
Yeah, I see it.
Copy. That is a great config. Good work, you two. The joint now should be tethered to ESP2. We will have you reposition the ball stack so that the joint is facing forward. This is for reach once you are ingress to the APFR, Chris.
Copy.
Copy, Chris, and I'm going to keep a hand on it to keep it away from me. Just obviously you can see for us to be watching are the two wrecks.
Yep, I see them.
They could easily get caught, like in the EDF and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I kind of see one of them. I don't know if you can see that closer one. It looks like it's underneath the MOI.
I think it's okay where it is.
Okay.
Just to watch, when we get it off.
Okay. I think that's a good position. It's about as far forward as I can get it.
I think that looks like a good position to me.
Okay. Let me try to see a little bit more. Well, I get as much reach as I can. I think that's about what we got. Vectors all look good from here. I got a great view of them.
All right, nice work, you two. We agree that is a good config and a good position of the spare joint. I will take a glove inspection and HAP check from you both while we prepare to ingress the APFRs.
EV1 has a good dry HAP.
And we do have confirmation that that spare joint was removed and stowed as expected temporarily while the crew continues the procedures in order to remove the old joint and eventually swap it with the spare joint. At this time, the crew is completing those buddy checks, the glove and HAP checks, ensuring that their HAP is dry, their gloves are looking good, all their tethers are as they should be, and their mini workstations have the items that they're tracking in them. Following this, the crew will get into their APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, one of which NASA astronaut Jessica Meir removed from another location and brought over to be utilized during the next portion of the spacewalk. The APFR is utilized quite often during spacewalks as it helps provide some traction and hold for the spacewalkers for their legs. Of course, in the microgravity environment of the International Space Station and the surrounding vicinity, things float, so it helps to have your feet secured to give you a little bit of traction to be able to complete your work, especially during a spacewalk.
I have my BRT on it. I'll get it on my BRT.
Copy, Jess.
Okay, I'm getting back to the forward side, picking up my local.
Copy. I have cautions for both of you. Let me know when ready.
And a great view now of our spacewalking duo and the Canadarm2, which will have that spare joint swapped out on it today.
So one at a time, with ingress aids only. No impulse or cyclic loading into the arm, please, and confirm that there is no motion before you do load the arm.
The International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles over the Caribbean Sea.
I've got the two-lock ride on my BRT, and I'll get ready to get into position for ingress.
Copy.
Next up for our spacewalkers is some preparation for the Lee cluster remover. The Lee is the latching end effector and is similar to the hands of the Canadarm2, and that Lee cluster does need to be removed in order to get access to the area where the joint is going to be replaced. It is joint number 5 that the crew is going to be removing and swapping out today.
We suggest that you put a waist tether down on the CTC so that you can control your role in the APFR later on. And we also want to let you know we had to power off your HECA for a couple of minutes for thermal reasons.
Copy that. And I'm working on my left waist tether on the CTC.
Copy.
Interesting journey. I didn't expect the pump module to be sticking out so far. It actually, the front lip of it actually extends over my yaw pedal.
Copy.
This shouldn't be a problem, just you know what I see. And Chris, I'm going to start ingressing.
Copy, starting to ingress.
Copy, we see it.
Okay. Right foot's in, heels locked.
Looks good.
Nice work, Jess. You can verify your ingress 8 is tucked in.
Left foot's in, heels locked, and my ingress 8 is set.
I gotta watch that.
My thought, Chris,
Mhm.
take a look at this. In this vertical position, I'm not going to be able to get my PGT out right against this MBSU.
Oh my gosh, yeah. The pump module, yeah.
Sorry, that's the pump module.
Yeah, I think you need to take that out first.
Yeah, I will get my right, I'm going to take my right foot out and see if I can lean over enough. Because I can't, I have nothing to roll against either right now.
Yeah, you might be able to yaw your way, like if you yaw to your right,
Copy.
you might be able to make space.
You think I can reach my yaw pedal? It's under the lip of the, that's also under the lip of the pump module. You see that?
Yeah, I think you could. Yeah, you're like right up against that pump module.
That's not what I...
Yep, you're on the yaw pedal right now. If you push your...
I'm going to actually just try to do this.
Yep, you're clear of it. You're clear. Yep. It's out. It's forward.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to ingress.
Houston's following along. Great problem solving, you two. With the PGT out, Jess, you will be stowing that on the crew lock bag and also performing a socket swap. So putting the rigid socket from the PGT to the ERAD from the crew lock bag with a pull twist.
Easy, 2 copies, yeah. So basically what I did, Jenny, I was able to take one foot out, lean over, get the PGT in front of me, and now both feet are back in and locked.
Nice work.
And we said, and we're going to start working on the ERAD, correct?
A-firm, you are going to swap the rigid socket from your PGT to the ERAD.
Okay. you can give me a double check, Jess, I think I'm in.
You look in. I can't quite see your heels.
Got my heel in.
Looks like they're in, yep.
All right, I'm in.
Good job.
Looks great, Chris. Check the ingress aid is
Ingress
tucked
aid
in.
is tucked.
You got the check. Thank you.
Ingress aid tucked for ED1.
Okay. You can verify your reach to the spare joint.
Yeah. So I can see it. Let me
I can see it too.
see. I think I have to.
I can definitely feel the SC2 moving when you move.
Yeah, I just need to take a foot out, I think. So if I take a foot out, I can get a finger on the tether point of it. Did I put a hook on that tether point?
Copy. And Chris, you will be rolling your APFR one position closer to vertical, which is Bravo. Right now you're in Charlie, so you're in the forwardmost roll position. So that will also help with your reach. But that's great for us to know. Thank you.
Yep. All right, I'm going to put my foot back in. All right, I'm back in and tucked.
Copy.
Yeah, I have the 2-inch on my PGT on my tip pin. I'm gonna, before I fully remove it, I'm gonna get the ERAD out.
Copy.
And this view of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he does a little bit of in-space photography of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is continuing to get things in a good configuration on her mini workstation.
You are ready. You can give your robo support today. So Jack and Sophie, a go for the R&R position. No issue if you want to wait until the socket swap and bag ops are complete for Jess.
What do you think, Jeff?
I think it might be better to wait to see how well I have the crew lock bag.
I concur. I think it's kind of could flop out, and the arm's going to be pretty close to us.
Sounds great to us.
AM1 copies. We are standing by.
And in this view, you can see that Williams is in that APFR, that articulating portable foot restraint that we referenced earlier, that gives him a little leverage and gets his feet in a good spot for him to be able to do the next portion of the spacewalk, which will include a little help from inside the International Space Station, where European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau will be primed to move the Canadarm to a bit closer to Williams and Meir so that they have good access to it for the removal of the joint that they are replacing today and the eventual swap out of that. So at this time, we're standing by for the crew outside the International Space Station, our spacewalkers Williams and Meir, to give the go to Adeneau to begin that arm motion from inside the International Space Station. A second of downtime for our crew while they make sure they're in a good config for that. The International Space Station currently flying 260 miles over Brazil.
Yeah, do you want to put it on the handle?
Exactly.
Copy. Good pull test. We'll also have you stow your PGT with the ERAD on the crew lock bag. Let me know if you want words on tethering.
Okay, that's right. It's the ret that was on the mutt.
Affirm, it is the external small ret. It was on the mutt ball stack mutt.
Okay, I don't see.
I think we must have taken that off. So when you've deployed the mutt, detach that one. That one was supposed to stay.
Okay,
Yeah, because right now we have I see one ret is going from the mutt to the, that was supposed to be the one that stayed on the bag.
Okay, sorry, I thought I asked you about that one, and, okay. All right, well, let's,
So what about the ret that I just used that has the pit pin ret?
Yeah.
Coming out of the bag. There's also the integral ret that's on the outside of the bag.
Houston's preference is the pit pin ret.
Copy.
All right.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we're continuing to bring you live coverage of the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. We are now 1 hour and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, where NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams are working to repair and swap out a joint on the Canadarm2. That spare joint that was outside the International Space Station has successfully been removed at this point and has put in a temporary stow location. The crew is now in their articulating portable foot restraints and getting everything set up ahead of the movement of the Canadarm2 from inside the International Space Station that will take place by European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno.
Yeah, and A-firm, we do want it on a ret so that it reaches between you two when you're doing your operations at the arm. But you can, of course, put the tethered end of that ret on the adjustable D-ring if you want.
Okay, that makes sense. Right now, I have, Chris, I have the tethered, and so I have it on the handrail, pit pin side. So I'm going to detach the other side, and I'm going to use the other side on my PG.
Hit and copy and concur.
And conveniently, it looks like it's one of the ones that's really close to the top, so this won't be too bad.
Sounds like we're headed to a good config.
Getting good views from both of the crew members' helmet cams here, respectively, of one another, both in their articulating portable foot restraint. Williams is wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. You can see him there on the left of your screen, and Jessica Meir is wearing the unmarked spacesuit on the right-hand side of your screen.
And Jenny, just a reminder, I'm putting the hook that I released from my end, that goes down to my swing arm, on my right bunny ear, in case I need a reminder on that.
Copy. We'll track that. Thank you.
Okay, that looks like a good config. I see it.
Houston agrees, and we are ready for you to work with Sophie and Jack for the R&R position.
Okay, Jessica, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Sophie and Jack, this is your EV team. We are ready for you to GCA the arm into position. Our ingress aids are clear, and our tethers and tools are tucked in and clear.
EV from M1, we copy. Give us a minute to prepare the maneuver.
E copies.
And with that, we did get the confirmation that everything is looking good from the outside of the International Space Station to begin that arm movement by the Canadarm2. This will help get the arm in a place where both of the crew members can access it a little more easily. As you can see, they're in their APFR, those articulating portable foot restraints, so a bit easier to bring the arm to them so that they can have that nice grip. And as you can see here, no bad days when you're outside the International Space Station doing a spacewalk. Williams getting some great photography in while they have a bit of a down moment awaiting this arm movement.
EV from M1, we are ready for the motion of the arm.
He copies. We have good visuals of the arm and good visuals of arm clearance. You are go to start motion.
Go to start motion, and we'll let you check the clearance of the tip, please.
Yep, just watch your
And you can see the Canadarm2 beginning to come a little bit closer there on the top of your screen there. That, again, is being controlled from inside the International Space Station by European Space Agency Sophie Adeno. NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway is also helping to support those maneuvers.
I'm watching the clearance here for the spare joint as well. That might get a little bit close.
We're a third of the way.
Copy.
I have a good view of that, Chris.
Copy.
The arm continuing to be inched in slowly but surely by Adeno.
Almost there.
Copy.
Slowing down.
Copy. You have good clearance.
Copy. TV from M1, we are at the published R&R position. Brakes are on. You are go to verify and assess the reach.
The copies, brakes are on, and we are going to do a reach assessment.
82 copies. I can tell you that this is well out of my work envelope for reaching the joint on scoop 7. It's like several feet above my head.
Yeah.
I can reach the scoop on joint 6, and I actually think I could reach all of the EDFs on joint 6 from this position, and possibly the mate demate with the ERAD, but I'll have to put a bolt on there to actually see because I can't see it.
Copy that. Yeah, I have a good access to the scoops on 5 and 6. 7 I will need to roll to reach. That's a little bit out of my envelope. I might be able to if I took a foot out. I think the EDF number 3 on joint 6 is going to be hard for me to get with the 6.
And following some excellent maneuvering of the Canadarm2 by Adeno, we now see the arm is positioned perfectly. 47 minutes into the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
You know how the arm is like canted towards you?
Towards me, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what's going to make it difficult reach because I'll be getting close, you know, like Jenny had said, to joint 6.
Yeah.
I can lower my... That's not in the way.
replacement joint, which you can see floating just behind Williams there, behind his arm, slightly to the left of the joint number 5.
From M1, we are ready for the motion. Are you?
M1, ready for motion. Go to start motion.
Okay, go to start motion. Starting motion.
I see motion, and it's good motion.
Copy, good motion.
And Adeno now moving the Canadarm slightly to better position it for access for the swap out of joint number 5.
Ramping out.
Copy, ramping out.
Still a bit high, but maybe if I take a foot out, I think I might be able to just reach it.
Okay.
But I also want to make sure, that's what I'm going to be holding on to.
Número 5. Ya nos vamos. Ok, ya nos vamos. Así que es un alto, pero tal vez si saco un pie, creo que podré alcanzarlo. Ok. Pero también quiero asegurarme, ya sabes, que eso se va a sostener.
Sí, que puedas conseguirlo. Entonces...
Estoy pensando en cómo se ve en la piscina y yo creo que todavía estaría más abajo que esto. Va a empezar, por supuesto, a hacer las cosas más difíciles para el Ed y el compañero. De M1 hicimos el movimiento de 20 centímetros. Podríamos hacer un poco más de 10.
Sí, podemos hacer... ¿Quieres 10 más, Jessica? Sí, vamos a continuar 10 centímetros más. Ok, empezando. El movimiento por 10 centímetros más en la estación Nator. Ok, un poco más de ajuste del brazo para ponerlo en el lugar correcto para asegurar que ambos miembros de la tripulación tengan acceso a todos los puntos que necesitarán para cambiar esa articulación.
Ok, ya nos vamos. Creo que eso será suficiente. Voy a tener que, ya sabes, intentar tocar algunas cosas aquí y ver cómo va. Sí, creo que esto funcionará para mí también. Puede que necesite el LED o el número, este brazo. 2.5, pero veremos cómo va. Feliz, solo voy a ajustar mi ITC. Ok, sí, entonces estamos listos para los frenos y para hacer un reval. 1. Ok, día 1, así que ahorita tenemos los frenos puestos y necesitamos un par de ajustes más.
Veremos qué podemos hacer.
Lo llamamos GCA
luego
completo.
Evaluando tu alcance.
Dijiste que Ivy dijo que CC dijo que era un 2.5. Está en copias.
Solo necesito saber si quieres 2.5. Está en copias. Y luego, antes de que el brazo de Canadá se encienda para el intercambio de la articulación de la muñeca, William y Meir van a asegurarse de que desde todos los ángulos que necesitan acceder, que tengan el alcance adecuado para hacerlo para ese intercambio. De acuerdo. Bucle de instalación. Espero que el nuevo posicionamiento del brazo un poco más ordenado te ayude a acceder a esa articulación 7 microcuadrados mientras mantienes los 6 CDF a tu alcance. Pero estamos listos para la instalación de la cuchara mientras haces esta evaluación o después.
Está en copias. Y una solo para confirmar que los frenos están puestos. Estamos bien para la evaluación. Sí, confirmado. Los frenos están puestos, pero el brazo no está seguro. Pero primero, la evaluación inicial de tu alcance. Sí, estás listo. Los frenos están puestos. Está en copias. ¿Quieres seguir primero, Jessica, y tener algo de práctica? Sí, puedo tocar el EDF1. En la articulación 6 estoy hablando ahora. ¿Puedo acceder a tu EDF1 y EDF2? También EDF6. Definitivamente el límite de mi EDF. Ok, y yo puedo alcanzar, puedo tocar los EDFs 5, 4 y 3 en la articulación 6. Y puedo tocar 2, 1 y 6 en la articulación 5. Y tengo una buena alcance a todos mis microcuadrados. ¡Feliz! Entonces, la articulación 7, micro, todavía está un poco fuera de mi alcance, pero creo que voy a poder llegar, especialmente si saco un pie. Ok, y... ¿puede que me veas? No puedo... ¿Lo puedes ver? Sí. Yo y... pero si tomara un pie, tal vez podría. Porque ahorita no tengo ojos en él. Sé dónde está y entonces creo que el Erad, que el de aquí, creo. A ver si puedo ver en mi espejo, en él. Pero estoy batallando para verlo.
Si solo te unes a nosotros esta mañana, estamos a 1 hora y 45 minutos de la Caminata Espacial fuera de la Estación Espacial Internacional. La 280 en apoyo a la Estación Espacial, mantenimiento, montaje y mejoras. Hasta ahora, nuestros caminantes espaciales, los astronautas de la NASA Chris Williams y Jessica Meir, han logrado retirar la articulación de repuesto de su ubicación en la Estación Espacial Internacional y la han guardado temporalmente. Posición. Además, el brazo de Canadá-2 ha sido maniobrado a su lugar por el astronauta de la Agencia Espacial Europea, Sophie, desde el interior de la Estación Espacial Internacional. Ahora Williams y Meir están trabajando para confirmar que tienen acceso a todas las áreas adecuadas que necesitarán para comenzar la remoción de la articulación que ya no funciona como se esperaba, antes de cambiarla por la nueva articulación.
Muy bien, no puedo verlo al total de 2 ángulos de mí. Ok, está apuntando como esperamos que esté apuntando más hacia él de hecho, porque esta es toda la zona de acceso a la articulación que debería ser así también. Sí, creo que desde la otra posición, así que creo que sería una buena idea tal vez poner un visor y luego, esa era la idea de todos modos antes, pero ¿no íbamos a ir paso a paso para alcanzar la articulación 5? O sea, de hecho no estoy tan preocupado por mi alcance para el EDF articulación 5. Sí, solo que nosotros creo que va a ser cómodo con el alcance que hemos escuchado hasta ahora y estamos de acuerdo en que la unión de Meir será más accesible para la otra posición. Nos gustaría que instalaran las cucharas ahora, por favor.
Entendido. Gracias.
Parte del ángulo de la articulación, justo de tal manera que ni siquiera puedo ver la unión con mi espejo. Dido, puedo ver la unión en la articulación 5 con mi espejo, y puedo ver el indicador muy bien.
Entendido. Gracias, Chris. Gracias por avisarnos. Teddy, ¿sabes que hemos hablado de la cuchara en la articulación 7, que va a ser manejada después? Ok, confirmado. Y mientras la Estación Espacial Internacional comienza a entrar en una fase nocturna, se puede ver detrás del astronauta de la NASA Chris Williams la separación de la luz a la oscuridad. A eso le llamamos la línea del terminador, y justo detrás de él hay un poco de la luna llena, todavía roja. Entendido.
Voy a poner el de la articulación 6 primero porque creo que me ayudará a conseguir el de la 7. ¿Ok? Eso nos parece genial.
Ten en cuenta que habíamos planeado que esta manija apuntara hacia atrás y el cenit, o sea, hacia el sotavento. Pero esta es la que pensaste que una posición diferente podría funcionar mejor. De hecho, no. Iba a intentar primero hacia atrás y el cenit, pero creo que la configuración del nadir interfiere con la caja. Ok. No me va a dejar hacer eso, no creo.
Ahora lo tengo directamente al cenit, pero no están encajando realmente encima de esto, pero la caja. ¿Qué parte, o sea, dónde está la cajita del radiador? No encima del radiador, material radiante, solo el MLI. No estoy seguro si se va a instalar completamente en esta posición. Ok, entendido. Sí, creo que puedo tener el mismo problema en el mío.
Creo que tal vez tenga que ir al cenit, hacia adelante. O como originalmente, como había dicho.
De hecho, captura...
Creo que va a ser más fácil de alcanzar. Vamos a tener que ver el para no interferir. Entendido. Y Jess, estamos bien con esa posición si tú lo estás. Nosotros estamos a 20 segundos de un cambio de mano y una vez instalado en el bucle 6, puedes pasar a la unión 7 de mano. Creo que esa es la mejor opción. Por el ajuste no puedo ir directamente al cenit. Pero eso es... ¿Y si escuchaste esas comunicaciones sobre un cambio de turno que se refiere a un breve periodo de tiempo donde no tenemos ni comunicación ni visuales o ambos con los miembros de la tripulación? Esto sucede cuando tenemos un cambio de turno entre nuestros satélites, pero suele ser bastante breve. Aquí dentro de la Estación Espacial Internacional, el equipo de órbita 2, directores de vuelo, está siendo liderado por el director de vuelo de la NASA, Fiona Kovac, quien lo apagó un poco a propósito porque se me sigue atorando en el oído. A mí también. He tenido el mismo problema, así que... Él acaba de regresar contigo después de la entrega.
Copias. Y están en el centro de tu pantalla. Ahí está nuestro IV de tierra, que es el líder para comunicarse con nuestros caminantes espaciales hoy. Tal vez reconozca su voz de la misión Artemisa 2. Esa es la astronauta de la Agencia Espacial Canadiense Jenny Gibbons, quien jugó un papel clave durante la misión Artemisa 2 y está jugando un papel clave de nuevo hoy durante la Caminata Espacial de hoy. La número 280 en apoyo al mantenimiento y ensamblaje de la estación espacial. Nos acercamos a la marca de 2 horas de la Caminata Espacial de hoy. Esta es la segunda caminata espacial para Williams y la quinta para Meir. Entonces ambos tienen las cucharas puestas. Y recuérdame el plan de repeticiones.
Estos son los ajustes. El plan rojo es que puedes dejar el ET atado a la cuchara. Ok, y quitaré el veto. Estaremos quitando el rojo a la bolsa. Después de que hagas eso, puedes entregar la bolsa de herramientas o solo la cuchara a Chris. Chris estará instalando sus cucharas y también guardando la bolsa de herramientas en el punto de sujeción. Y Chris,
¿Qué queremos dejar estos afuera en las manijas también? Es una gran idea. Sí, hagamos eso. Ok, muy bien. Entonces, déjame revisar esto. El al T no está. Es que está bloqueado ahora. Así que pon esto en una mejor configuración para ti. ¿Crees que por debajo o por encima es mejor? Espérame. Creo que por encima, sí. Ok. En este momento tengo mi BRT puesto y está de este lado del pasamanos. Entendido. Y eso de mi BRT. Ok, voy para allá. Entendido. Espérame tantito. Entonces, todavía no tengo una manija. Ok, no jales todavía porque tengo una más que quitar. Entendido. La manija. Ok, correa integral al lado de ella. Ok, te la voy a pasar. Ok, recuerda que la P está al final. ¿Necesitas acercarte? Bueno, ya lo veo.
Ya acabamos de tener una buena vista de NASA al astronauta de la NASA, Jess, entregando la mini estación de trabajo, así como la herramienta de agarre tipo pistola que se ha utilizado durante la caminata espacial de hoy al astronauta de la NASA, Chris Williams. Está en el punto de anclaje. Te voy a soltar aquí, ¿verdad? Listo para eso.
Gracias, Ricky, también.
Entonces, ¿escuchaste esto? ¿Qué escuchaste? Ah, no está bloqueado. No está bloqueado. Ahí está. No se va a retraer.
Jess, te vemos con esa retracción. Una vez que estés lista, vas a estar rodando 2 clics hacia la estación adelante para que Juliet continúe con la evaluación de alcance.
Eso está en proceso. Sí, tu pedal de giro. Entonces ya está en él. Sí, creo que podrías presionar el pedal un poco más hacia abajo. Ahí está, se ha girado un clic. Entonces, ¿ves eso? Sí. Estás a un clic de donde estabas. Así que estás a un clic de distancia. Creo que me moví más esa vez. Ah, no. No, eso sigue siendo un clic del original. Ok, Bueno, Williams, y continuando con la verificación de otras áreas que necesitaban para quitar esta articulación que ya no funciona en el Canadarm2 y reemplazarla con una nueva articulación que ya estaba a bordo de la Estación Espacial Internacional. Ya quitaron esa articulación de repuesto y la tienen en una ubicación de almacenamiento temporal, mientras trabajan para verificar este acceso y luego quitarán la articulación que ya no funciona. ¿Ok? Gracias, Ricky. Esta articulación de la muñeca funcionó mal durante la operación normal del Canadarm2 el 27 de mayo y la tripulación elevó la corriente del motor y no se movió como se esperaba. La NASA trabajó junto con la Agencia Espacial Canadiense para entender el problema y determinó que la caminata espacial de hoy sería necesaria para reemplazar la articulación. Empieza a trabajar en mi pala. Canadarm2 se lanzó el 9 de abril de 2001 en el transbordador espacial Endeavour y fue instalado el 22 de abril de 2001 por el astronauta canadiense Chris Hadfield y el astronauta de la NASA Scott Parasinski. Ok, 4 y 5. Puedo tocar fácilmente esos. Estoy tan cerca que esta no es la primera vez que el Canadarm2 ha sido reparado. Ha habido 3 reparaciones anteriores en el brazo.
robótico, una en 2002, una en 2017 y la más reciente en 2018.
Para dos robóticas como el Canadarm2 son normales y esperadas después de más de 25 años de operaciones continuas. Y el sistema fue diseñado con componentes reemplazables. Mantenimiento planeado en mente. Entendido. Entendido en posición. Entonces, la única otra opción para mí sería rodar una más. Me fui. Y creo que podría ver eso, aunque fácilmente. Claro, esa no es una mala idea. Estaba pensando lo mismo para esos, si realmente estamos teniendo problemas para avanzar uno más. Bueno, yo veo dónde está la base de los compañeros y creo que los estoy tocando ahora mismo. Solo estoy atascado. Pero, entonces el ángulo, no puedo ver el perno en sí.
En este momento, mientras superamos la marca de las 2 horas en la caminata espacial de hoy, Meir y están continuando haciendo un buen progreso en la 280ª caminata espacial en apoyo al mantenimiento de la estación espacial y actualizaciones. El astronauta de la NASA Chris Williams se puede ver en la parte superior de su pantalla usando el traje espacial con las franjas rojas, justo debajo de él, en el traje espacial sin marcar. Esta es la segunda caminata espacial para Williams y la quinta para Meir. Entonces la voy a dejar instalando estos. Afirmativo. Queremos recoger 7 con el mango medidor y recoger 6 con el mango.
Entendido, copiado.
Chris, ¿puedes empujar el PGT por aquí? Podría preguntar esto con él. Copiado. Espera un segundo. Y estaré ahí en un momento. Tengo eso. Muy bien.
Tengo mi articulación 6 recogida, buscando en la 7. ¿Entendido?
Ok, bien. Ángulos para el perno 4.
Houston, copiado.
Además, para el perno 5.
Y para el perno 3, copiado. Haremos una prueba para los pernos de acoplamiento.
Y como pueden ver desde esta vista en su pantalla, hay un dado que ha sido colocado en la herramienta de agarre de pistola para obtener un mejor acceso a los pernos, que necesitan ser removidos para obtener acceso a la articulación 5, que es la articulación que será reemplazada hoy.
Creo que estoy en el área de los pernos de acoplamiento ahora mismo. ¿Crees que pudiste avanzar más? Podría simplemente, de hecho, creo que podría ese papel porque no puedo verlo.
Está bien, a menos que tú puedas verlo. No muy bien. Está bien. El acoplamiento es 8. Debería estar justo cerca, ¿no? Ya sea aquí o aquí. Tienes razón. ¿Estás en el lugar? Sí. Muy bien. No puedo verlo con la sombra. O con la falta de luz.
Déjame ver si saco un pie, si puedo.
Tengo una muy buena posición con el ERAD en este momento. Sí. Así que si pudiera conseguir el perno, ¿cómo ponerlo?
Y luego tal vez pueda rodar sobre... Déjame quitar mi pie, a ver si puedo inclinarme y verlo. Ahí está. El pie puedo conseguir mucho más cerca, pero todavía no puedo como en una sombra en este momento. ¿Ok? Ya lo veo.
Bueno, Williams y Meir trabajando juntos para asegurarse de tener buena visibilidad de la articulación antes de trabajar para removerla. Está completamente a la izquierda. Ok, ya casi. Ajá, ya salí. Hay una serie de pernos que quieren tener a la vista para correctamente liberar esa articulación. Ok, una más. Podría ser más fácil. A ver, ¿qué tal? Espera. 6.
Entonces, cuéntanos eso un poco. Este es mi... Sí. Espera. Jala la bolsa. Sí. Entendido.
Chris y Jessica estaban muy felices con la prueba de alcance que nos has dado hasta ahora y estamos de acuerdo en que la discreción real de una tirada adicional hacia adelante en la IPFR de Jess realmente ayudaría con ese pliegue. Podemos ver que tienes razón sobre eso. Entendemos que las condiciones podrían no estar ayudándonos. Pero ahorita solo estamos tratando de evaluar si estamos listos para apagar el motor del SSRMS para continuar. Así que también nos gustaría pasar a una prueba de alcance similar para la articulación 6 mate-mate perno.
Estoy en eso ahorita, Jen, en la misma situación. Puedo ver que tengo el ERAD. Básicamente sí, creo que estoy en eso ahorita. Entendido. Sí, estoy en eso. Tengo un buen alcance a eso. Estoy en el perno. Podría tener... Esto, como hablamos, si puedes meter la mano ahí, sí. Pero no, estoy un poco ciego para esto. Tal vez tengas que alejarte. Sí, esta no creo que vaya a estar bien aquí porque puedo proporcionar suficiente fuerza hacia arriba en el perno. Entonces creo que estoy bien para el mate-mate en 6. Sí. Ok, eso es una buena noticia para nosotros, así que ayudaría. Con esto... No estoy seguro de eso. Lo único que ayudaría con este mate en 6 es si pudiéramos traer el brazo estacionado un poco. Creo que con mis giros, con un giro más, ayudará, pero será justo. Creo que como el espacio se acercaba, la estación hacia atrás, ya sabes, incluso como 5 o 10 centímetros.
Desde mi perspectiva creo que eso funcionaría. No creo que empeorará nada más. Creo que mejoraría ese. Sí, eso me funciona. Ok, ¿estarían de acuerdo con ese plan? Houston estaría de acuerdo con ese plan. También queremos verificar el indicador para la articulación 6.
La NASA nos dice que los astronautas Chris Williams y Jessica Meir están continuando evaluando sus visuales y su alcance para comenzar la siguiente parte de la Caminata Espacial de hoy, que será liberar la articulación 5 del Canadarm2 y cambiarla por la de repuesto que tienen, ya agarrada de un área de la Estación Espacial Internacional.
En la articulación 6. ¿El indicador lo vi yo o Chris lo vio en el perno? Chris a un lado. Está bien.
de mi lado y lo veo. Pero sí, está bien. Bien. Sí, eso está de mi lado. Sí. El de la articulación 5 está del lado de Chris, pero el 6 está de mi lado. Entonces, sí, creo. Tenemos de M1, estamos siguiendo y parece que va bien también en nuestro lado. Ok. Entonces, Chris, te voy a pasar de vuelta a PCT entonces para vigilar entre el brazo. ¿Entendido? Espera. Tengo.
Sí, voy a sostenerlo a un lado. Yo solo, empezando con 10 centímetros. Y luego llamaría al suave temprano si quisiera el suave temprano. Ok, tienes que ver la dirección. Ok, entendido. Quiero quedarme ahí.
Estoy lista para eso. Entonces, Josh y Sophie nos gustaría 10 metros de la estación hacia afuera. Te avisaré temprano.
Y me aseguraré de que eso no restrinja el movimiento ni nada.
Ok, y eso suena genial.
Así
Estamos
que
a punto de
denos
dártelo.
un minuto para preparar la
Creemos que hay
moción.
suficiente espacio entre la pluma y tus APFR si no vemos nada
Tras una
frente a la
evaluación
punta mientras se
adicional
mueve
del
la aplicación de la
alcance y los
estación.
visuales
Así que la
en el área
articulación
que
del hombro se ve
necesita
despejada.
acceso completo
Así que
hoy,
todas esas cosas,
Meir
todos
y
esos espacios se ven
Williams
bien para usted.
están ahora procediendo con dejar que ustedes, astronautas, Sofía, no sé, dentro de la Estación Espacial Internacional, sé que les gustaría un ligero ajuste en el brazo también, para darles una mejor vista.
Así que de una estamos listos para la moción.
A ver, no es esta. Así que adelante con la moción. Adelante con la moción y empieza tu moción. 3, 2, 1, empezando. La moción continúa. Y un poquito de ajuste teniendo lugar ahí. La ubicación del brazo también. Así que puedes ver en tu pantalla. Así que esa es una buena vista del perno y el indicador ahora, en la articulación 5. Y creo que no ha afectado mi vista de que el acoplamiento esté listo para la articulación 6. Así que creo que vamos a llegar a la posición. Y escuchando un buen llamado de Meir que ese pequeño ajuste podría haber funcionado para mejores vistas del punto de acceso que necesitan. Siéntete libre de continuar con tus evaluaciones. Los frenos están puestos ahora. Frenos puestos.
Te vamos a pasar de vuelta a ti. PGT para un segundo. Voy a asegurarme de que todavía puedo tocar todos estos. Me estoy inclinando. Puedo ver. Eso bien. Así que el EDS, punto 6, puedo casi tocarlos todos una vez que hagas un pequeño giro. Tengo que asegurarme de que esté bien. Sí, puedo tocar eso.
Me siento bien con esta posición, Chris. Sí, estoy de acuerdo. Sí, esto funcionará. Muy bien, Houston está siguiendo también. Buen trabajo a ti también. Queremos confirmar contigo que estás listo para el SSRMS para apagarse.
Me siento cómodo con el SSRMS apagado. ¿Qué tal tú, Jess? Estoy de acuerdo. ¿Ok? Ustedes están bien para el apagado del SSRMS. Y un café, y yo entiendo que también es GCA completo y vamos a asegurar el brazo. Entendido.
El brazo está seguro también.
Entendido, el brazo está seguro. Quitaremos la energía desde tierra. Vamos a esperar a que el equipo de reparación de la Unión desmonte el perno hasta que la energía esté apagada.
pero solo puedes preparar el PGT con el ERAD. Esta será la unión de 6 pernos.
Y con eso, sí recibimos confirmación de que el brazo está en una configuración que permite el posicionamiento adecuado, así como las imágenes adecuadas para la siguiente parte de la caminata espacial de hoy. Escuchaste el visto bueno para apagar, en realidad sucede desde aquí en tierra, dentro del control de misión Houston, pero nuestro controlador de vuelo robó. Así que seguirán los procedimientos para apagar el brazo. Eso tomará unos 5 minutos. Eso también involucrará tu PGT para el EDF en la Unión 6.
Entendido, sí, voy a ajustar mi configuración.
Así que la tercera mano para este ERAD. Sí.
Y el siguiente conjunto de tareas que nuestros caminantes espaciales de hoy trabajarán hacia involucrará quitar un conjunto de uniones y pernos para obtener acceso a la unión fallida, que es la unión número 5 en el Canadarm2. Y una vez que tengan acceso a la unión número 5, trabajarán para quitar la unión y luego cambiarla por la unión de repuesto que recuperaron anteriormente. Ahora estamos a 2 horas y 15 minutos de la Caminata Espacial número 280 en apoyo a la Estación Espacial de Mantenimiento y Actualizaciones. En una buena posición para eso ahora. El ERAD alineado en la orientación correcta.
Y Jenny, mi PGT se apagó sin querer, así que lo volví a encender. Bien dicho. Y estoy listo en Robo 7, contador 2, para cuando sea el momento del EDF.
Así que cronometré el tiempo.
Estoy de acuerdo.
Ok, entendido. Y Chris, te pediremos que te quedes en espera. Hasta que hayamos liberado el perno de unión.
¿Qué? Entendido, sí.
¿Dices que eso es el visto bueno para soltarlo o todavía estamos esperando? Todavía estamos esperando.
Entendido. Sí.
Bueno, estamos esperando a que me apague aquí. Chris, nosotros teníamos el EDF 3 y 4 escritos con tu PGT y luego pensamos que podrías necesitar para el EDF 5 el ERAD. ¿Estás de acuerdo?
Estoy de acuerdo con eso. 3 y 4, mi PGT funcionará. 5, definitivamente el ERAD. Jessica también podría conseguir 5. ¿Es esto fácil? No estoy seguro. 5 puedo conseguirlo fácilmente. Sí, ese es el que está en él.
Ok, voy a ponerlo aquí. Entonces 5 en el 6. Oh, había leído 6. Bueno saberlo. Lo tendremos en cuenta cuando no estoy seguro si puedes o no, pero no sé. Sí, ni siquiera puedo ver 6, 1. Recuerda, sí. 6, 1, 2. Ok, sí. Entonces puedo tomar el ERAD. Copiado también. El SSRMS está apagado. Así que con eso, Jess, tienes que liberar esa articulación 6, compañero, desacoplar pernos. Esto es 35 vueltas en el perno, 70 vueltas en el ERAD en el PGT.
Ok, voy a contar vueltas en el PGT. Y voy a tratar de alinearme, eso sería lo más efectivo. 70, son 70 vueltas.
Y con la confirmación de que el brazo Canadarm2 ha sido apagado con éxito desde aquí en tierra. En Houston, nuestro caminante espacial está usando la herramienta de agarre de pistola o el PGT para ayudar a desacoplar los pernos. Ok, en la articulación 6.
Pero eso lo veremos más tarde, sí.
Entendido.
Y desde esta vista en tu pantalla aquí, podemos ver a los caminantes espaciales de hoy mientras trabajan para quitar ese perno en la junta para obtener un mejor acceso.
El número de junta 5 que será reemplazado hoy está en el centro de tu pantalla en relación con nuestros caminantes espaciales.
Así que estoy en el perno. Voy a empezar a girar. Houston, copia. Y justo si giras eso apagado. ¿Entendido?
Y en la parte inferior de tu pantalla puedes ver a la astronauta de la NASA Jessica Meir terminando de usar esa herramienta de agarre de pistola para liberar el perno en la junta 6. Batería 46, como 40.4.
Alfa 2, contador 3, listo. Bien, leída de la configuración.
Las comunicaciones de voz con la tripulación a bordo de la estación espacial.
Ok, entonces no los cortes. No.
Un poco más hacia afuera.
Estoy presionando el módulo.
Ahí está. Entonces, todavía estás a un clic de la vertical. Sí. Muy bien, déjame asegurarme de que estoy presionando. Ok, parece que estás en el pedal. Creo que tal vez no estabas en el pedal para eso.
Entonces, todavía estás vertical ahora. Todavía estás a un clic de distancia, pero ¿te funciona? ¿Eso funciona? Está bien. Creo que podría ser mi brazo en cabestrillo. Sí, déjame buscar mi brazo en cabestrillo. Presiona, entiendo que tienes ojos en este rol de APFR. Pero sí queremos que te prepares para liberar el EDF para ti. Ya sea que puedas empezar con el ERAT si lo necesitas para una vertical. O empezar con tu PGT.
¿Puedo empezar en 5 con el ERAT si tiene sentido ahora o puedo pasárselo a Jessica? Nos gustaría que empezaras en el EDF 5 con el ERAT.
ERAT. Ok, EDF 5 con el ERAT y funciona. Tus configuraciones son Bravo 2. ¿Y esa configuración? Fuera a contador con el ERAT.
Bravo 2, contador 2. ¿Feliz? Eso es para el EDF 5. Estamos buscando 11 vueltas en el PGT. Ok.
Las 11 vueltas en el PGT. Empezando vueltas en Jack, EDF, número 5. En otras palabras...
Y mientras Williams continúa usando la herramienta de agarre de pistola para quitar ese sujetador, estamos obteniendo una vista desde aquí en el control de misión Houston del equipo de control de vuelo que está siendo dirigido por el director de vuelo de la NASA, Fiona, y Koviak, el controlador de tierra de hoy, es de la Agencia Espacial Canadiense, al astronauta Jenny Gibbons, y nuestro Capcom o comunicador de Capcom, que ha estado comunicándose con la tripulación a bordo de la estación espacial, es JAXA o la Agencia Japonesa de Exploración Aeroespacial. El astronauta Satoshi Furukawa en el EDF-5 cuando Jessica esté lista, puedes devolverle el PGT.
Entonces, en el trabajo. Ok, todavía no puedo estar completamente vertical. Creo que estoy presionando el módulo. Voy a tener que intentar un giro más.
Al pedal ahora. Oh no, negativo. Estás en el pie. Un poco más hacia afuera.
Estás en el pedal. Estás en la punta, el clip del telón. Un poco más hacia afuera todavía. Estás en el pedal.
Chris y Jess por la conciencia. Estamos a 1 minuto de una zona de potencialmente lista y tranquila debido a un bloqueo. Durará unos 3 minutos. De nuevo, estamos a 1 minuto de eso.
Todavía estás a un clic de la vertical y desafortunadamente. Así es. Siento que estoy recibiendo el modelo. Sí.
Creo que voy ahí y luego no se bloquea porque no se bloquea. Estás como súper cerca. Así es. Mi presión, creo que mi favorita fue presionar el modelo de la bomba. Así que te ves como si ya estuvieras. Ok. Sí, si estás bloqueado, ya estás. Ok, creo que ya está bloqueado. Sí, creo que ya estás. Ok. Muy bien, buen trabajo. Jess, puedes tomar el ERAT PGT.
Perfecto. Entendido.
Ok. Chris, todavía no. Tripulación que vino contigo. Espero que no estorbe. Así que realmente no bloqueamos esto un poco. Lo haré por la rata. Pero está bien, ahorita. Ok,
¿Y yo estoy bien para cualquiera de estos EDF o me voy a quedar en el último? Sí, eso es lo que tenemos escrito. Puedes hacer EDF2 o EDF6. Tus configuraciones son Bravo 2, contador 2.
O sea, yo estoy listo para trabajar en la 3 y la 4. Buscando configuraciones. Bravo 7, contador 2, configuraciones para Chris.
Para Chris, Bravo 7, contador 2, configuraciones. Y eso fue Bravo 2, contador 2 para Jessica.
Ahora, 2 horas y 30 minutos de la caminata espacial de hoy. Estamos continuando aquí. La Agencia Espacial Canadiense Jenny Gibbons da buenas palabras a la tripulación a bordo de la estación espacial. Hace unos momentos, continuando dando instrucciones sobre la configuración de la herramienta de agarre de pistola que deben estar utilizando para quitar estos sujetadores y pernos de la sexta articulación del Canadarm2. Ah, sí, buen movimiento. Esto ayudará a los miembros de la tripulación a acceder a la articulación número 5, que será la articulación que se cambiará más tarde hoy. EDF2 y puedes sacar el cordón.
Ok. Johnny.
No estoy seguro si soy él y se ve completamente liberado.
Ahora, y sí parece que estamos en esa etapa esperada de comunicación donde no tenemos una comunicación perfecta. Esto pasa de vez en cuando tenemos transferencias entre nuestros satélites, pero no esperamos que dure mucho. Solo unos 3 minutos y luego tendremos comunicaciones restauradas con la tripulación. Están fuera de la Estación Espacial Internacional y también con la Tierra. Podríamos escuchar comunicaciones intermitentes de vez en cuando, sacado completamente. Así que, ¿qué tal Houston? Voy a ponerme en una posición que fue bastante tranquila, copiado EDF4 liberado y sacado. Solo me perdí tu aclaración sobre el EDF2.
Probablemente no va a ser liberado. Fue liberado a las 5:30 vueltas en el PTC, así que la mitad del número de vueltas es lo esperado.
Ok, copiado. Y entendemos que te estás moviendo a EDF6.
Ok, me estoy moviendo a EDF3. Copiado. Ese es el perno correcto.
Pasando a EDF6. Copiado.
EDF3 completamente liberado con 5:30 vueltas y sacado. Copiado. Bien, EDF3 liberado. Chris, ¿puedes guardar tu PGT?
Ok, ya puedes ir. Johnny, tengo 11 vueltas en el PTC. Soy el perno 6, así que liberamos. Copiado. EDF6 completamente liberado. El cordón está sacado. ¿Vas a liberar el último perno? Mientras Chris se pone en configuración para mantener el control del grupo de fugas.
Creo que probablemente y eso fue solo con una estación de trabajo abierta, ¿verdad? Una firma, 25 segundos para entregar.
¿Y puede confirmar que la posición que yo debería estar en alguna para esto? Sí, deberías rodar verticalmente hacia Bravo. Breve entrega.
Sin duda. Si te acabas de unir a nosotros hoy, estamos a 2 horas y 34 minutos de la Caminata Espacial número 280 fuera de la Estación Espacial Internacional. Los astronautas de la NASA Chris Williams y Jessica Meir salieron del Esclusa Quest a las 7:30 am hora central esta mañana y están trabajando para reemplazar una articulación de la muñeca que funcionó mal durante las operaciones normales del Canadarm2 el 27 de mayo. Ahora, creo que...
Hasta ahora la tripulación ha recuperado la articulación de repuesto de la Estación Espacial Internacional y la ha guardado temporalmente y están trabajando para completar el procedimiento para obtener acceso a la articulación número 5, que incluye quitar algunos pernos y accesorios y eventualmente quitar la unidad de enganche final, esencialmente las manos del Canadarm2.
En cualquier lugar del video.
Ok.
Houston está de vuelta con ustedes después del traspaso y vemos el regreso a la cuchara para Jess. Antes de que sueltes este perno, tenemos un par de cosas que hablar. Avísame cuando estés listo y te daré las palabras.
Y solo una cosa rápida, necesitamos mover este repuesto.
Claro, es como que está en el camino, así que esto y luego necesitamos mover, así que gíralo.
Más o menos vemos eso.
Creo que ahora está en una buena posición. Sí, muy bien, estamos de acuerdo. Y Chris confirma, parece que estás en Bravo, ¿verdad?
No puedo ver mi... Sí, yo estoy más vertical que antes. Así que no estás tan vertical como yo, así que creo que estás en uno vertical. No, vertical. Estás uno hacia adelante. Muy bien, y creemos que esta es la posición suficiente para soltar el perno y mantener el control, ¿verdad? Estoy de acuerdo. Tengo un buen agarre en ambas cucharas. Ok, creo que voy a tener que cambiar en la articulación 6, porque está en una posición que interfiere afortunadamente con el ERAD. No pensé que lo haría, pero dados los múltiples ángulos aquí, sí lo hará. Entonces, voy a tener que ponerlo apuntando hacia adelante más tarde, pero eso lo tengo que evaluar ese alcance.
Entendido, estamos hablando de eso hace 30 segundos. Te puedo decir si eso podría funcionar, pero probablemente hacerlo con tu GT. Entonces tendrías que volver a poner tu GT. Sí. Entonces, ¿qué opinas, Teddy? Cambio y fuera.
A ver, no sé si puedas ver eso. Sí. Y el mango es como si se viera qué está pasando, pero...
Y estamos en otro breve cambio de turno entre nuestros satélites, pero recuperaremos esas comunicaciones y visuales aquí en breve.
La caminata espacial de hoy es la tercera del año, así como la tercera de la expedición 74, que es el incremento actual a bordo de la Estación Espacial Internacional. Tenemos ojos nuevos para los próximos 7 minutos más o menos. Tomaré un estado y tengo algunas palabras para ti antes de que soltemos.
Porque creo que sí me metí en una posición. Entendido, te veo en ella, en ambas. Jessica, es solo que tengo buen control. Si quieres, tiene buen control de 2 cucharas en las articulaciones 6 y 7. Jessica tiene el ERAD en el último PDF. Ok, firme. Tengo el ERAD listo y estoy listo para mover el copia. Antes de que soltemos, sí necesitamos hacer un hub y una revisión de guantes antes de hacer el manejo de masa para el grupo de fugas. Así que tomaré eso por ustedes dos.
Ok. Y uno tiene un hub seco.
Y no hay cambios en los guantes. A ver, yo creo que esa es una buena configuración. Llevamos 2 horas y 40 minutos de esta caminata de 6 horas y media, limitando el consumible EB2, 7 horas y 35 minutos. Estamos a 15 minutos de retraso en el cronograma. Pero con eso estamos listos. Si ustedes dos lo están, para soltar el último EDF y Chris, tú mantienes el control. Tienes que evitar el contacto con el pestillo y la lente CLA y las luces. Y Chris, una vez que pases el control de vuelta a Jess, estarás saliendo de tu APFR y en el FSE primero. Estamos listos.
Ok. ¿Y puedo confirmar que confirmas que tienes una rata en la... Sí. De acuerdo, sí, estoy bien. Y tus chicos están en la configuración. Acabo de dejar la mía. Sí, de acuerdo. Así que le has dado el visto bueno. Voy a empezar a soltar. Voy a soltar. Depende de ti.
Y con eso escuchamos un poco de comunicación entre el control de tierra y nuestros astronautas de la NASA, Chris Williams y Jess Meir. Escuchamos un guante y un chequeo de casco que vuelve a suceder de vez en cuando a lo largo de cada caminata espacial que hacemos. La tripulación revisa sus guantes, se asegura de que no haya cortes o rasgaduras, y los guantes, así como un chequeo de la almohadilla de absorción del casco. Esto es una almohadilla absorbente que está dentro del casco de cada miembro de la tripulación cuando hacen una caminata espacial para ayudar a absorber cualquier líquido que se suelte durante una caminata espacial. Ambos miembros de la tripulación reportaron buenos guantes, buenos cascos y tienen el visto bueno para quitar la última fijación en el cluster Lee, que el detector de enganche esencialmente el brazo del robot, las manos más bien del brazo Canadarm2. Una vez que esto esté hecho, la tripulación tendrá mucho mejor acceso al la articulación número 5 del área del Canadarm2, que es la
Ya no puedo ver el espacio a mi izquierda porque mis brazos... Ok, no tenemos ninguno, estamos... ¿Puedes moverte bastante de la estación? Pregunto a la estación. ¿Puedes sostener? ¿Puedes tomar el control con ambas manos? Necesito ponerme más vertical, creo. Tengo controles con ambas manos. Muy bien, tienes el control con ambas. Estoy soltando.
Estoy trabajando para ponerme completamente vertical.
Y si tenemos un par de minutos restantes en esta transferencia donde no tendremos visualización de los astronautas de la NASA, Chris Williams y Jessica, y esto sucede de vez en cuando mientras tenemos la transferencia entre nuestros satélites. Podemos seguir escuchándolos durante este periodo de transferencia, pero estás viendo en vivo desde adentro del control de misión Houston aquí en el Centro Espacial Johnson. La órbita 2 está en la consola apoyando la caminata espacial de hoy.
Me voy a poner cómoda, así que tómate tu tiempo.
El director de vuelo durante este turno de la órbita 2 es el director de vuelo de la NASA, Fiona Kobiak, a quien pueden ver en su pantalla. El equipo
equipo de tierra de hoy que ha estado comunicándose con la tripulación durante la duración de la caminata espacial de hoy, que ahora se acerca a las 2 horas y 45 minutos, es la astronauta de la Agencia Espacial Canadiense Jenny Gibbons. Así que estamos bien.
Justo en mi espacio de trabajo. Ok.
Entonces, estás arriba de los dedos. Sí. Gracias. Y deberíamos estar recibiendo imágenes de nuevo de la
tripulación aquí momentáneamente.
De acuerdo, moviendo el repuesto. Solo voy a mover el repuesto fuera del camino. Sí, porque recuerda que los dos vamos a tener que apretarnos ahí, así que diré lo más a estribor y venos como se pueda. Sí, de acuerdo. Aprieta bien ese jefe. También solo, para que no te atrapes en nada. La cámara en tu muñeca. Bien, entonces, no es todavía.
Ya lo veo. Sí, creo que mirando el resto de tu arnés. Y veo con falso. De acuerdo. ¿Me puedes dar a una vista previa también? De acuerdo. Sí, te estoy viendo. Tus arneses se ven todos en buena configuración. Necesitas traer a Lee un poco más hacia mí para que pueda agarrarlo. De acuerdo. De acuerdo. Y trabajándolo. Y tengo una mano.
Así que todavía tengo 2 manos y tengo 2 manos. Así que estamos tocando la articulación 5, lo cual está bien. Es solo que el MLI está tocando el MLI, pero ya no podemos acercarnos. Vamos a preguntar a la estación.
Muy bien, ¿cómo vamos a ver? ¿Qué tal la aplicación que puedo con mis manos?
Sí, lo mismo para mí. En este momento desearía que mi cuchara en la articulación 7 estuviera apuntando hacia afuera. Sí. Y como puedes ver en tu pantalla, ahora que sí tenemos esos visuales de vuelta, que Lee o Latching End Effector, las manos del brazo de Canadá sí han logrado ser removidas por Williams y ahora van a trabajar en guardar temporalmente ese racimo de Lee, ya que no lo necesitan en este momento. El siguiente movimiento hacia reemplazar la articulación número 5, pero una vez que eso esté completo, tendrán que reinstalar este Lee que acaban de remover para asegurar la funcionalidad del brazo que ha regresado por completo. ¿Ok? Necesitamos salir más.
Ya no puedo decir más, sí. Creo que necesito salir y buscar mi BRT en el FC. Tal vez pueda subir lo suficiente para agarrar el banco.
Ok. Definitivamente puedo bajarlo, creo. Hacia ti, sí.
¿Ya lo tienes sujeto?
Tengo buen control. Ok, estoy soltando el control. Tienes el control. Houston está siguiendo. Estamos de acuerdo con el plan. Chris, estás abajo en el FC con tu BRT abajo y estás lo suficientemente cerca de una de las cucharas. Vas a estar colocando un red para un cambio de red.
Haz eso. ¿Estás listo? Ya estoy abajo. Ok. El FC. Algo que recordar es que cuando entramos y salimos del FC puedes sentirlo moverse. Así que un agarre extra fuerte porque esa cosa se mueve. Incluso manos. Sí. Voy a girar el PFR y un bastante impresionante vista aquí de la NASA astronauta Chris Williams desde su cámara de casco mientras mira hacia abajo a la Tierra mientras vuela justo frente a la costa de Baja California. Se puede ver el brazo para extender
mientras trabaja para reparar esa articulación número 5 en el brazo de Canadá también, que se lanzó el 19 de 2001 en el transbordador espacial Endeavour y fue instalado el 22 de abril de 2001 por el astronauta canadiense Chris Hadfield y el astronauta de la NASA Scott Parasinski. El brazo ha estado en un trabajo absoluto para el ensamblaje y mantenimiento y actualizaciones de la Estación Espacial Internacional. Ha jugado un papel clave. 5 años de presencia humana continua a bordo de la Estación Espacial y también es utilizado para mover experimentos alrededor del exterior de la parte externa de la Estación Espacial Internacional y se utiliza para capturar y atacar la nave de carga Cygnus.
En este momento, seguimos recibiendo esas vistas del casco del astronauta de la NASA, Chris Williams, mientras se desplaza hacia donde se guardará temporalmente el extremo de enganche que Williams acaba de retirar. Estás empezando a ver un poco de la vista en su muñeca de sus procedimientos, que esa lista de verificación se utiliza por el Caminata Espacial durante toda su caminata espacial, así como cuando están despresurizando y junto con los equipos en tierra.
Y como puedes ver ahí, mientras se mueve ligeramente, mientras el justo sigue sosteniendo ese cable, ese extremo de enganche ha sido retirado con éxito como parte de los procedimientos de hoy.
Y esta vista en tu pantalla del astronauta de la NASA de Meir en la parte inferior de la pantalla, ella sigue avanzando para ayudar a Chris Williams a guardar temporalmente ese racimo Lee.
Como el verdadero que tiene...
Voy a conseguir un local y regresar. Entendido.
También estamos teniendo una buena vista de la Tierra en el fondo, justo detrás del brazo de Canadá, donde nuestro caminante espacial está completando la caminata espacial número 280 fuera de la Estación Espacial Internacional. La estación espacial orbita la Tierra cada 90 minutos, lo que significa que ven un amanecer y un atardecer cada 45 minutos, mientras viajan a 17.500 millas por hora, unos 250 a 260 millas sobre la Tierra, cerca de la Lee. Más temprano esta mañana tuvimos el placer de notar la Estación Espacial Internacional volar justo sobre nosotros aquí en Houston, Texas, pero la Estación Espacial Internacional vuela sobre otras áreas también. Puedes rastrear dónde está la Estación Espacial Internacional con nuestra aplicación Spot Station o en línea. Puedes ver cuándo la Estación Espacial Internacional pasará sobre tu área.
Space Station Espacial Internacional ha estado ocupada continuamente durante más de 25 años desde el año 2000 y en ese tiempo 292 personas de 26 países han visitado la Estación Espacial Internacional y en este momento hay 7 seres humanos viviendo y trabajando a bordo de la Estación Espacial Internacional y completando investigaciones científicas clave que permitirán nuestro regreso a la Luna y a Marte. En eso, tengo las 2 manos en eso, entendido. Déjame ver si estoy estable. Puede que tu T se esté doblando un poco. Ok, me siento estable y tengo un pasamanos que también puedo agarrar. Ok, si necesito soltar, scoop. Entonces, necesito hacer una ranura de repetición. Una ranura de repetición firme. ¿Tienes alguna estación de trabajo?
Sí, sigo arriba. 2 manos, lo tengo controlado. Y Jess, lo que sea más fácil para tu ranura de repetición. Recordatorio, estarás quitando la cuchara de la articulación 6 después, así que eso sería más conveniente si está al alcance.
Ok, voy a moverlo ahí. Y solo para guardarlo para después porque creo que va a ser difícil alcanzar el 7. Entendido. Ok, eso es 7. Como el 6. Ok, esa es la cuchara de la articulación 6. La buena repetición, Chris. Puedes soltar tu repetición. Entendido. Estoy quitando una mano y soltando mi repetición. Tengo el control. Tienes el control. Houston está siguiendo. Mira el movimiento después.
Sí.
Ok, se me cayó el trinquete. Ya tengo las 2 manos de vuelta. Entendido. Siento que estoy en el momento adecuado para que traduzcas. Ok, sí, voy a ir a la popa. O sea, yo creo que eso es lo que va a funcionar mejor. ¿Estás de acuerdo?
Sí. Creo que en esta situación sí. Creo que tú viniendo a la popa funcionará mejor. Suena bien. Un poco lejos para mí desde aquí. Estoy de acuerdo. Ok, voy a soltar... ¿Tienes el control total? Tengo el control total. Ok, voy a tratar de hacerlo mejor para no golpear esto mientras salgo. Pero va a ser...
Ok, control también está reforzado contra mi VRT un poco. Trapi, luego un recordatorio. Ahí está el detrás de ti y el asiento. Entendido. Sí, entonces estoy en la SCU también. Sí, disculpa, para obtener tu llave. Lo cual... siento que estoy contactando a Luis en ese momento. Sí, me está empujando, pero está bien. Ok.
A esta hora ya hemos superado la marca de 3 horas y 2 minutos en la caminata espacial de hoy, la 280 fuera de la Estación Espacial Internacional. Mira, Williams y yo hemos completado con éxito la junta de repuesto del exterior de la Estación Espacial Internacional y la hemos guardado temporalmente. También han trabajado para quitar el conjunto de pestillos del efector final de fugas, que los ven ahora trabajando para guardarlo temporalmente para obtener acceso a la junta número 5 en el Canadarm2 que ven, y el centro de su pantalla ahí, esa es la junta que va a ser reemplazada hoy. Una vez que eso esté completo, la dupla reinstalará la fuga y el brazo será encendido de nuevo para probar la conexión eléctrica del brazo.
Ok, y estoy traduciendo alrededor de la popa. Ok, tienes el control.
Te juro, Chris, vemos en movimiento.
Y en esta vista también estamos viendo el nuevo joint que será instalado y la parte superior de derecha a la mitad de su pantalla ahí al lado de Chris Williams. Esa fue recuperada más temprano esta mañana del exterior de la Estación Espacial Internacional y ha sido asegurada en ese pasamanos temporalmente, mientras la tripulación completa trabajos adicionales en el brazo de Canadá para obtener acceso a ese quinto joint.
Tengo algunas amenazas de la mugre atrapada en mi casco. Parece que está en tu lado izquierdo. ¿Sí?
Estamos fuera de servicio. Sí, ya lo tengo. Buen trabajo.
Gracias por revisar. Moviéndome.
Declaro abierta la sesión número 10.186 del Consejo de Seguridad.
You have it held. EF5 is in.
Okay, copy.
Okay,
Great work. I can see.
Okay, I can push 6 in as well. Haven't sure both pushed in.
Okay, do we want to do 3 on that side then, if it's easier?
Yeah, let's just do it.
Because I have all the stuff, like releasing them will be harder on this side.
Yep, I can do 4, 5, and 6.
Great job.
Yep, we agree. Very, very well done, both of you. We are expecting EDFs 4, 5, and 6, and those are also the ones that we can drive with Chris's PGT from the aft side.
And getting ready.
And we're getting a good view now of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he prepares his pistol grip tool in order to secure the latching end effector that has been removed from the Canadarm2. This is going to be temporarily stowed in this location to allow access to that 5th joint that's going to be swapped out today. And then they'll put the latching end effector back on the arm after the joint has been swapped out.
So we'll do the same thing in a reverse later on.
Looking for PGT settings.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2, set.
We're looking for 5.5 turns, and then we'll take your PGT good words, and then you can re-trigger each bolt until you get less than a quarter turn.
Copy that. 5.5 turns, and then come back and re-trigger the less than a quarter. Starting turns on. Now let me get a better position. Starting turns on 6.
Copy.
That was 5.5 turns. I did get low torque at the end of 5.5 turns. I'll come back afterwards and hit it again, or do you want me to go till?
You can re-trigger now, and I heard 5.5 turns, and this is EDF 6, so you can re-trigger.
Firm. Re-triggered, did not turn, and I got green light.
Copy, that is...
And it was less than a quarter turn.
Less than a quarter turn, good bolt on EDF 6. We're good for you to move to EDF 5 or EDF 4.
Copy, gonna do EDF 5 next.
Copy.
And Williams continuing to use the pistol grip tool to install those fasteners to temporarily stow the latching end effector.
Starting turns on 5.
Copy.
Okay, that was 5.5 turns, and it worked out with the green light. I'm going to re-trigger on it.
Copy, 5.5 turns, torqued out, green light, waiting for the re-trigger.
Okay, re-trigger, no turns.
Copy, that's EDF 5 complete. You can move to EDF 4.
Copy. I need to adjust my position here.
We are now 3 hours and 15 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station in support of maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today, our spacewalkers are NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. This is the second spacewalk for Williams and the fifth for Meir. The duo are working to replace a wrist joint on the Canadarm2.
Should I start repositioning, or do you want me to still stay here with a hand on it?
Checking. Jess, you can reposition, but we need the RET and scoop to stay on it until 3D EDFs are turned.
Okay, copy. In that case, I will wait because I'm going to remove that RET as my first action anyway, right? That scoop?
Yes, you'll be removing that scoop. As written, we have your BRT RET to the scoop, so we might want to do a RET swap to set us up well for stowing the failed joint on your BRT with that RET scoop later.
Okay, copy.
Hey, and I'm in position for 4. Confirm Bravo 7 clockwise 2. 7.5.
Okay, firm.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
And Williams is now working to secure that last fastener on the lee or latching end effector cluster that the duo worked to remove a short time ago in order to gain better access to the fifth joint on the Canadarm2, which will be swapped out today.
Get a slightly better BRT rigidization. Okay, that was 5 turns, and I got a low torque. I'm going to give it another hit.
Copy.
Okay, that was green light, 25.4 torque, and less than a quarter turn.
Copy green light, 25.4 on the torque and less than a quarter turn. That is a good bolt. We will have you confirm that those EDFs cannot be pulled out by the lanyards, and if that's the case, you can stow your PGT.
Okay, stand by 1.
And Jenny, I've swapped onto my BRT RET on the scoop on joint 6.
Copy.
I can confirm 4, 5, and 6 cannot be pulled out by hand.
All right, excellent.
On the lanyard.
That is a good temp stow of the lee cluster. Well done. Chris, you can attach your BRT RET to the square scoop on joint 6 on the starboard side. You will both be taking those respective scoops with you.
Copy and work.
And I've got my RET off of joint 6. Sorry, my Scoop off of joint 6.
Copy. You can temp stow it on your mini workstation and make your way out of your hidey hole. We will take a glove inspection, hap check, and safer handle check.
Copy.
And with that, we did hear the good news that the lee latching end effector was successfully temporarily stowed, and now the crew is going to perform another glove and hap check, as well as ensure that their safers are configured if needed. If you were tuning in with us earlier this morning, you'll recall that the safers are the simplified aid for EVA rescue and are worn on the back of the crew members and provides a little boost should it be required to get the crew back to the International Space Station in the very unlikely event that they become untethered. Sometimes you'll hear this referred to as a space jetpack, but it just propels the crew back to the International Space Station should it be required. We do not expect that today, but it is worn as a precautionary measure during all spacewalks.
Okay, I took the adjustable off of joint 6 scoop. I got the joint 6 scoop on my DOT rat. I've got a dry hap and no change to my gloves for EV1.
Copy. When you both are clear of your tight workspaces, we will take safer checks from both of you, safer handle checks, and then get you to translate back to your APFRs.
And just to confirm, I should remove this scoop right now and take it with me on my mini workstation?
Thanks, Chris.
Okay.
Jess, after the safer handle check, we will have you roll your APFR from Lima to Juliet.
Okay, copy. Not in a position right now to do a safer handle check, but I can do it in just 1 minute.
Sounds good.
I've retrieved the scoop.
Copy.
I can confirm my right safer handle is down. And left handle's down.
Great. 2 safer handle checks on EV2.
And with that, good confirmation for both of the crew members' safers, as well as for their helmet absorption pads inside of their helmets and their gloves as well.
Rolling this APFR to Juliet, which is the forwardmost position, to confirm before you ingress. And that is because our next action is going to be the joint 5 mate demate bolt.
Copy. I am in Juliet.
Copy. Good roll.
Can confirm my right safer handle is down. Working my translation.
Copy. Right safer handle for EV1 is down.
And my left safer handle is down.
2 good safer handle checks on Chris. Thank you.
Beautiful moon right now. Thinking about our Artemis cruise and missions, it looks gorgeous.
We love it. Short handover.
And some good words there from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. She reflects on the full moon that they have a great view of from the International Space Station. Thinking of the Artemis 2 crew is what she had mentioned. Here inside Mission Control Houston, today's ground IV is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, who played a key role during the Artemis 2 mission. If you listened in, I'm sure you had the lovely opportunity of listening to her serve as Capcom for Artemis 2, communicating directly with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy during their test flight around the moon.
Back in the APSR.
All right, great. You can ensure that the ingress aid is tucked in, and then the next step for you is to retrieve the PGT. Understand that might be difficult to do until Chris is in place. Chris, I have APFR settings for you when ready.
Copy. I'm just getting around. Corner.
Jenny, I'm leaving my ingress aid where I can see it, but untucked. Unfortunately, I'm not able to do exact right height where it often gets caught underneath my T-bar. I have to leave it out in front of me a little bit to avoid that.
Okay, we copied that from before, and that should be fine. Thanks for letting us know.
And just to note, it does happen. It happened several times where I got it caught and had to reposition, when you're moving around in the APFR.
Copy.
But I was able to get it out, obviously, each time, so...
And another view from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston. Today's Orbit 2 team is being led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak.
Visual with this position as a mate, the indicator.
Copy.
Meanwhile, outside the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are working to translate or move back towards the location that the Canadarm2 currently is in order to have better access to that fifth joint on it to remove it. They'll both be getting back into the articulating portable foot restraint, or APFR. As a reminder, that is used during spacewalks to provide some additional traction and hold during spacewalks for crew members.
The rep situation on the spare joint. Right now, there's a scoop on the spare joint which has a ret on it going back to the fram, and also a ret from the ball stack mutt going back to the fram.
The mutt one was unnecessary, but obviously we'll need to ret it at some point.
Yeah.
When we retrieve it, so you could leave them both there and just have them unlocked.
Copy.
Agree with that, Jenny?
We're talking. All right, we suggest...
I'm ready for APFR settings.
Okay, just to finish the thought on the mutt ball stack mutt, we would suggest that you move the ret, which is on the mutt ball stack mutt, so that it's completely on the mutt ball stack mutt. So that is the one that's on the fram, goes also to the mutt ball stack mutt, because as you say, it's not required. And if you do want your APFR settings now, we're expecting Charlie and 6 prior to your ingress.
Copy Charlie and 6, and I'm working this ret situation.
Copy all.
And I have the scoop on joint 5, handles pointing off, and it's has a good lock.
Copy, good config. Jess, while you have a spare minute here, can you verify that all the EDFs in front of you have at least one of the lanyards intact?
Yes, I can confirm that. All 3 that I can see.
Copy, thank you.
That would be 4 and 5.
Okay, ret is back on the mutt ball stack mutt. And I heard Charlie and 6 for the ATFR setting.
Good words, Charlie and 6. And I'm also supposed to remind you to set up your waist tethers to roll between Charlie and Bravo as required, because we no longer have the leak level for you to react against.
Copy that. Yep, I got my waist tether set up. Untangle my scoop Brett. Okay, roll of Charlie is set.
Copy.
And I'm working my ingress.
Copy.
And here on your screen, we are continuing to see our spacewalkers today. NASA astronaut Chris Williams on the top of your screen and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir on the lower portion of the screen as they return to the Canadarm2. They're working to get back into the articulating portable foot restraints, which will give them some traction and a bit of hold while they work to remove the joint 5, which is the very center circular looking object in the center of your screen there. They're going to remove that and swap it out with the spare joint, which they retrieved from outside the International Space Station earlier. You can see that spare joint floating just behind Williams' head. We have surpassed the 3-hour and 30-minute mark in today's spacewalk, now at 3 hours and 32 minutes.
I'm in.
Copy, Chris. Next step for you is to pass EV2's PGT to them. They'll be working the mate-demate bolts, and as you work that, I have a big picture of it for you.
Copy that, and standby 1. And my TCV is up to 4.
Copy, TCV 4 for Chris.
And ready to copy and update.
All right, as you retrieve that PGT with the ERAD for Jess, I can tell you that we are just over 3 hours and 30 minutes into this 6.5-hour EVA. Limiting consumable is EV2's battery at 7 hours and 35 minutes, and we're around 20 minutes down on the timeline. I also want you to know that there was a false fire on board, but the airlock is back in a nominal config, and ground is continuing to work cleanup steps.
Copy all. Thanks for the update. Got it?
Okay, copies. I got it. Oh, watch that. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I wonder now if you should try to keep the bag on that side.
Yeah.
And we lock it out so that we...
Oh, this is an adjustable, so I can pull it tight?
No, I just meant My rep.
Oh, lock it out? Yeah. Sure. I'll give you some slack and lock it out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the failed one, but see where the rep's running right now?
Yeah, we don't want to...
Okay, I got it under my scoop now. I think that's going to work.
Okay.
I'll lock it.
And then...
Actually, I might not lock it. I want it to retract. It's under the scoop, and the scoop's keeping it clear.
Okay, and I do not have my scoop attached yet, so just...
Okay, no worries.
Can you give me words on that, Jenny?
Checking. Yeah, we have it as written to do the mate-demate bolt first before the scoop.
Okay, copy.
Getting lined up for that.
And your settings, Jess, are Alpha 2, counter 3.
Alpha 2, counter 3.
Good words.
VC's timed out again. I'll give it another chow.
Houston copies.
We'll pass. Good LED test. Battery 39.9.
Copy.
That was Alpha 2, counter 3.
Affirm, this will be 70 turns at the PGT.
C70.
And Chris, some additional words for you on that scoop. You will not be installing that on the failed joint. That actually will go on the spare joint microsquare.
That's right, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
And as you can see here on your screen, we have entered into another night pass. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, so that means every 45 minutes the crew sees a sunset and a sunrise. At this time, the duo is back inside of their articulating portable foot restraints and are working to remove the failed joint from the Canadarm2. They'll utilize the pistol grip tool, which has been used quite frequently during today's spacewalk, in order to do so. Once that's removed, they will swap it out with the new joint that they retrieved from outside the International Space Station. That spare was already on board.
You think that you could... I think I'm on it now.
It looks good to us.
I concur. Okay, I'm going to start turns.
Ready. 70 turns at the PGT.
Exactly 70 turns and a hard stop.
Copy, hard stop.
PGT count is 71, I counted 70.
Turns. 71 on the display.
And I see that the indicator is fully out.
Copy. Great work. That is a good config. Now we are ready for you both to move on to releasing the Joint 5 EDFs. Jess, you will be keeping the ERAD PGT. And Chris, you can retrieve your PGT.
Copy. Before we start, Jessica, I think I need to roll one more outboard.
Yes, you're not even with me.
Yeah, so I'm going to just use the micro square to kind of help me.
Yeah, or, I mean, if you can reach the EDS, you're fine, right?
Yeah, but this is better.
Okay. Looks good to us.
Jenny, if it's good with you, I'm going to start with EDF 5.
Copy. We had EDF 5, 4, and 3
I'm good.
For you, all with the ERAD. You can start with 5.
And settings?
Bravo 2, counter 2.
Bravo 2, counter 2.
That's a good readback.
And Meir has successfully utilized the pistol grip tool to remove that bolt. The duo will now work to remove fasteners in order to fully undock or remove that fifth joint from the Canadarm2 ahead of swapping it out with the spare that is in the top portion of your screen there behind NASA astronaut Chris Williams wearing the red stripes, completing the second spacewalk of his career today.
I'm starting turns on EDF 5.
Okay, and settings for me, Jay?
Copy EDF 5. Chris, your settings are Bravo 7, counter 2.
Copy, Bravo 7, counter 2 set. Setting on EDF 6.
Copy, EDF 6. This will be 5.5 turns to release.
Turns on the PGT for Jessica, and I have EV5 fully extracted.
Copy. EDF 5 fully released, 11 turns. You can move on to EDF 3 or 4.
Okay, 5.5 turns on EDF 6, and it is fully released and extracted.
Copy. Good. EDF 6 fully released and extracted. Chris, you can move on to EDF 2.
EDF 2.
And each of our spacewalkers continuing to make good progress with the pistol grip tool on those fasteners, working to remove them together.
Copy.
I'm not undoing Chris is undoing the last one in this one, right? So I could do 4 first.
Affirm. You are maintaining control while Chris will release the final bolt, which is EDF 1. So he has one more bolt before he does that.
Copy.
And if you're just joining us this morning, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are 3 hours and 42 minutes into today's spacewalk outside the International Space Station. It's the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. The task today is for our spacewalking duo of NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Meir to swap out a faulty joint on the Canadarm2. As you can see here on your screen there, Williams on the top of your screen and Meir on the bottom, they're right prime and center on that failed joint and are working together to remove it by taking out a series of bolts and fasteners.
Okay. Copy.
Previously this morning, the duo removed and secured a spare joint that was already outside the International Space Station, which you can see in the top of your screen there, just behind Williams. That's being temporarily stowed there to allow the crew members access to remove the joint that's no longer working. Once that's complete, they'll swap it out with the new joint and reinstall the latching end effector, essentially the hands of the Canadarm2. Once the Canadarm2 is put back together and this wrist surgery is complete, the arm will be powered on to ensure that there's good electrical connectivity, and the arm will be further tested this week to make sure that the spacewalk was successful. The Canadarm2 launched in 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parazynski. The arm has had 3 previous maintenance spacewalks, one in 2002, one in 2017, and most recently in 2018. And the arm is an absolute workhorse and has been critical to not only the assembly and maintenance, but the ongoing performance of the International Space Station. It helps move crew members around during spacewalks. It can move experiments from outside the International Space Station, and also is prime for capturing and berthing the Cygnus cargo resupply spacecraft.
Bolt 4.
And repairs to robotics like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years of continuous operations. The system was designed with replaceable components and planned maintenance in mind. The International Space Station has been continuously crewed for over 25 years. In fact, 292 visitors to the International Space Station have taken place from over 26 countries.
We want to think about securing that crew lock bag better. So the bag stays tight. Maybe if you use that adjustable from the outside and also tack it down on the tether point, then it'll stay there.
Yeah, let me try that. It's a good idea. Let me do this.
I have 2 feet back in my APSR.
My mini workstation is causing me all sorts of problems. It's getting caught on my Ingress aid.
Is there any reason why would I be able to put my DRT on the scoop before he releases that bolt? Or do you worry about side loading? I guess it doesn't matter as long as we don't take it out of it's okay like this.
Yeah, Jess, we didn't have it written that way, but if it reaches and doesn't interfere with your access to the bolt, it should be fine.
What do you mean my access to the bolt? I'm done releasing bolt.
Yeah, correction to my last. Just as long as it doesn't interfere with your access to control the joint while Chris releases the final bolt.
Copy. I'm in a good position. I'm not going to quite get on yet, but it'll be ready to clamp down as soon as we're ready to come out.
Okay, that sounds good.
I don't think I can get another hook on that, Jessica, unfortunately. Kind of clobbered.
Okay.
What I can do is just put the hook around. Nah, I don't think that'll do anything.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's any way that we can keep the crew lock bag over there so that we just... Right now, we pull the PGT and the whole bag moves over and...
Yeah.
Locking it out could help, but then you also have a locked out ret.
Yeah, I don't think we should lock out the PGT.
What if you put a...
Yeah, I can just... Well...
So can you put the other end of that adjustable on you? That's how I had the crew lock bag earlier. So basically it's like in between you and... As long as it doesn't hamper your access with getting the spare.
I accidentally rolled.
Yeah, I understand your...
I do actually have my BRT on the scoop already.
Okay, we copy, Jess. Chris, understand you're getting back in that APFR and in a good config. We would like to continue with the timeline with the crew lock bag stowed as it is, if you are comfortable, since we are still behind.
I think we can just manage it and be careful.
Copy.
Okay, thank you.
Can you see my left foot?
Unfortunately, I can't.
Okay. I think I'm in a good spot.
Definitely like 2 clicks vertical, but as long as you're in a good position, and you're closer to the spare right now, so that might help you. Right? Can you? Is this your position for reaching the spare, or are you moving again?
No, I think this will be good. I think I might need to move again to reach the spare to get it, because it's so far off now.
And that's what we have written for you both. We have you releasing the final bolt, Chris, and then assisting Jess as required to stow it on her BRT, and then you roll to Bravo to access the spare joint after. So I agree. We are ready for that final bolt. Reminder, your settings are Bravo 7, counter 2.
Okay, I'm Bravo 7, counter 2.
Okay, on Jess's go to maintain
Starting
control.
turns.
You can start turns 5.5.
And Williams now working to remove the final bolt securing joint 5 to the Canadarm2.
Right. Okay, 5.5 turns.
Feels loose.
And my wobble seems to be stuck on the EDF head.
Yeah, mine got a little bit stuck too. You can just kind of rock it back and forth a little.
The wobble kind of made it a little painful, but it also obstructed the EDF.
Nice work, and we see that EDF is pulled out. You're stowing your PGT, Chris. You can verify all the EDFs are retracted and then release it from soft dock. This will end up on EV2's BRT. Jess, we suggest you lean back in the APFR for good clearance and around 30 seconds to a short handover.
And Chris, I already have my BRT on it. So what the plan would be, you can't can lift straight up.
Yep, I can lift up. I'm on the micro square.
Okay, all right, lift straight up. Ready?
That's off.
Okay, all right.
And with that, the joint is now off.
I'm going to try to pull it this way.
Okay, I'm going to let go then.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm letting go. You have it.
I have it on my BRT.
And we are in a short handover period between our satellites here, but here in Mission Control Houston, the team continuing to follow along and monitor the spacewalk today. Today's ground IV is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. The team inside Mission Control Houston is being led by Flight Director Fiona Antkowiak during this Orbit 2 shift.
I'm going to roll towards this, here.
Copy?
Houston's back with you.
Jenny, I've got the failed on my BRT and Chris is getting into position to get the spare.
Great, thank you.
Keel's not quite coming out. I think it might be because you're a little bigger.
Yeah. Okay, I'm over at the spare.
Copy. You will be installing your square scoop on the free joint micro square, the free spare joint micro square. The handle will be facing away from the mate demate bolt.
I'm going to have to reorient things here. The handle away from the mate bolt.
Good read back.
That doesn't work because of the bayonet.
Yeah, you're going to have to come.
Well, I got it. It might work.
I don't think it's going to lock.
Yeah.
Come down further to lock. That's the problem I was having.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll have to go.
But that's not, is that going to clear the EDF? I think so.
Yeah, it's kind of between them.
Yeah, we can certainly accept a 45-degree angle if it helps with the scoop.
Yeah. Yeah, the bayonet doesn't allow it to go on otherwise.
Okay, if that scoop...
Okay, that's locked.
Copy. That scoop is installed. Now I will have some RET choreography for you. Can you please relocate your mini workstation RET to the scoop that is in the mutt, and then move that RET, which is currently on that scoop, and stow it on the ball stack.
Copy. I'm going to take my RET off of the scoop I just installed, because that is locked.
Stay firm.
And that, pay attention that you're on the barber pole side right now, which is on your side. So that's the scoop that's going to be on your side.
A firm. Okay. And now I am putting a mini workstation RET on this one.
Following the removal of the joint number 5 that was no longer working on the Canadarm2, NASA astronaut Chris Williams is now working to get the spare joint in place for installation.
I'm readied to the spare.
All right, nice work. Now you can remove the RET that's currently on the square scoop, going to ESP2, and temp stow that on the ball stack.
Copy and work.
NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who you see on your screen there, working to configure tethers and get things squared away ahead of the installation of joint number 5 on the Canadarm2.
In maneuvering this spare joint are actually for you to do an inspection on the SSRMS boom side. If you can get good visuals now, that would help us.
Okay, I can, and I can even take pictures if you want. I have a really good view right now. I can see that everything has a great inspection. Everything looks pristine. All the connectors, I don't see any fog.
Great news, and no pictures required.
Copy.
I got that RET back on the ball stack, and I am ready to the scoop on. Sorry, I think we have something reversed here. So I'm ready to the scoop that's currently, I think I'm ready to the scoop that's on the barber pole side. Oh yeah, no, this is, sorry, yep, this is
That
correct.
should be correct. The point of the RET swap was to set us up for that, for the proper install, but thanks for the check. We want to make sure it's right.
And this view from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet cam looking directly at NASA astronaut Chris Williams. He's wearing that spacesuit with the red stripes across from her. You can see he has that spare joint just to his side and is going to get that maneuvered over to directly in front of what Jessica's looking at, where they just removed that joint 5 from. They'll then work to reinstall the joint.
Your left hand is on the back side, which is going here where my left hand is.
Yeah.
So you're redded on the wrong side.
Yeah, this had me red to the wrong side, I think. So,
yeah.
Okay, so let's figure this out. Let me just see if I can rotate this around. Loosen this up.
And you can see the black marking on your side now, correct?
Yeah, I can see it on this end of it, yep. And that just makes sense from a topology endpoint. I need to put another ret on here.
Well, you can just take off the one you put on. You can reach it.
I gotta keep it retted. Or I guess it's locked in the mud.
Don't let the fan move any more port.
Okay.
And Houston's following along here. That's a delta from what we were expecting in the procedure, but we know you have eyes on it, so understand the ret swaps required.
Just come starboard a little.
Sorry, I'm trying to avoid all of the bad parts.
This looks correct to me because I see the black marking underneath your scoop, the scoop that you're on right now, which is on my side.
Yep.
It's facing opposite than the one that I took off, but I think that that's fine. I'll be able to grab it.
Okay. Okay, so I think my next actions are to...
Are you going to roll more first?
A little bit out, yep, and I got to roll out more.
Yeah, the way this
let me get this aligned towards me.
The way this is written is to have you take control of the spare and, if possible, transfer it to Jess and then roll your APFR.
If you can roll it right now, I think it will help because it's going to be a far reach to get to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Houston copies.
See what I can do.
Just as long as you can still reach the mark, of course. Yep.
Okay, that's like a little bit of roll. It's going to be quite a reach.
Yep. I think I can lean forward quite a bit.
Okay. I think we can do this. I need to maneuver this to get to the mutt, though.
Your left foot's not locked in. If you want to lock in first.
Yeah.
Bueno, y acá seguimos en la transmisión de la NASA de esta reparación del brazo robótico de la Estación Internacional. Ya llevamos un total de 5 horas de transmisión. Los astronautas hace un total de 4 horas aproximadamente que están en el vacío del espacio haciendo el mantenimiento.
And if you're just joining us, we are now 4 hours and 3 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. The goal of today's spacewalk was to swap out the joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, which is no longer working as expected. That joint has been removed and the spare has been retrieved, which you see in the hands of NASA astronaut Chris Williams there wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. Alongside NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, their next steps are going to be to work to get that replacement joint installed on the
en una
Canadarm2.
plataforma,
By right there. I have a good inspection
agarrado a
of
una
the
plataforma,
Meir side, and I have a good inspection. Both sides are passing
mientras
inspection,
trabaja
no side, all clear.
Great inspection,
con
both
ese
sides of the
cabezal
square
que
are
es
clear.
del brazo robótico.
Pointing the wrong way. Okay, I got it. I have control.
You have control. I'm letting go.
I've got control.
La
Yep, I'm
verdad
letting
que
go.
imponente esto.
All right, I'm gonna.
Bueno, no hay nadie por ahí
I'm
para
actually gonna
comentar.
start moving towards soft dock because I'm very well aligned.
Yep, please go for it. Go slow.
Es una transmisión muy larga y es entendible que, bueno, que mucha gente no la siga por eso mismo.
Looks pretty good. One of the EDFs popped in.
Okay, I'll just pause where I am and I'll wait for you because I can't.
Yep, it's number one. I
Hoy,
can
a
see
ver
it popped
cuándo
in.
es.
So,
Mañana tenemos un lanzamiento de SpaceX, si no me equivoco. Déjame chequear,
Copy.
pero creo que sí.
I can see 4 clear EDFs. 3, 4, 5, and 6.
yep, I just got a little roll. Pulling one all the way
Hoy
out.
hay
One's all the way
un
out.
lanzamiento de prueba de Corea
See, soft dock is aligned. Doesn't feel like it's very tight in that soft dock.
No, I got an EDF in. I got one pushed in.
Okay, copy.
No, SpaceX tenemos recién el 1 de julio.
Pushed it 2.
O sea, está bien, mañana.
I pushed in 6.
Hoy es 30. Sí, mañana tenemos un lanzamiento. Hoy había lanzamiento de... A ver, no, son todos del primero. Sí, hoy solo el lanzamiento de Corea.
You just needed a little wiggle, and it got all the way in.
Miren qué hermosa toma tenemos ahí.
See a small gap still between the 2 washers.
Copy.
Okay, I think it's fully in now. All right, 5, 4, and 3 are in.
All right, outstanding work, you two. I'm tracking all EDFs pushed in on both sides, correct?
Esto es como estar de mecánico, pero
Firm, yep.
All right.
en el medio del
Now
espacio.
we'll need you to both retrieve your PGTs, and we will be driving our EDFs in a star pattern. The first bolt I have listed is for Jess with the ERAD PGT, and that's EDF 4.
Copy. Need Chris's help to get
Stand by. It's been a little stubborn with this ATFR.
And as you can see on your screen there, the joint has been soft docked to the Canadarm2. Williams and Meir are now going to work together using their pistol grip tool to secure the joint on the arm.
Can you grab the PGT?
Almost. Okay, I got it.
You got it. I'm gonna control the bag here.
Okay. The bag. Let me know if you think it's best to lock out the...
Let me just pull the bag over to me. Okay.
And can you keep an eye on the ret for the PGT? That it doesn't...
I can, yep, it's in a good spot.
Okay. Jenny, settings?
Alpha 7, clockwise 2, EDF 4.
4. Alpha 7. Clockwise 2 is set.
Good read back. You can drive approximately 11 turns at the PGT.
Copy.
Chris, you can get set up for EDF 1.
I'm just going to maintain control of this bag for a moment.
Copy.
exactly 11 turns. I have good green light and my
No
torque
debe ser
is
fácil cargar con todas esas cosas. Vieron que tiene, bien, el pecho tiene un montón de herramientas, tiene el taladro, tiene la bolsa con herramientas también.
Good light, 11 turns, and a torque of 9.2. Next bolt is Chris's bolt, EDF1. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
Yeah, I gotta let go of this bad guess. I'm gonna do this, or I can try to.
Impresionante, la verdad.
Yeah, that's what I would suggest using that outside.
Increíble.
Yeah, I'll use the integral, and I'll just.
There's large, small adjustables. And there's an integral.
Yeah. Okay, I've got my PGT. And I've got for settings.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2, and we're going for EDF number 1.
A-firm, expect 5.5 turns. Jess, you can get set for EDF 5, but do not start.
All right, starting turns.
And Williams now working to secure joint
Bueno,
number
ahí vemos
5
que
on the
está
Canadarm2.
asegurando nuevamente la parte del brazo.
Green light, 16.0 on the torque.
Ya han colocado esa especie
Copy, good turn.
de cabezal, de
EDF1.
rótula.
You can get in position, but do not start EDF 2.
Y ahora vemos que lo está asegurando.
You can start turns on EDF 5, 11 turns at the PGT.
Copy. Torque out after 8 turns on the PGT. I have a good green light and I have 9.0.
Copy, that was
Looks fully in.
8 turns. We'll call that good for our initial turns on EDF 5. You can get set up for EDF 3.
Copy.
I'm set up on EDF 2.
You can start on EDF 2, approximately
Ready to start
5.5 turns. Your go.
Copy. That was only 3.5 turns, and I got a. Oh, I think it popped out of position. Yeah, somehow it popped into cow.
Okay. Well,
I'm going to continue turn.
A-firm, we can give you settings again if needed, and we'll hit that EDF again.
Yep, Bravo 2, counter 2.
Good read back. And Chris, can we clarify that you have clockwise 2?
Sorry, clockwise 2, yes. Okay, and I got an additional 1.5 turns, 16 on the torque and a green light on number 2.
All right, we will call that good for now on EDF 2. Nice work. Jess, we are ready for EDF 3.
Starting 3.
Jess, well, you're turning EDF 3. Chris, your new settings are Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2.
And Jenny, I torqued out at only 6 turns. I have false red torque and a torque of only 2.7. Do you see that it does look like it's fully installed?
Copy. We will have you
either wait for a retorque or
drive that bolt again.
We're continuing to get some views of NASA astronaut Chris Williams in that spacesuit on your screen with the red stripes signifying that he is EV1 for this spacewalk. He's utilizing the pistol grip tool, which has been used pretty frequently during today's spacewalk to demate bolts, and now the duo is working to complete that process in the reverse. Now they are reinstalling bolts since the joint number 5 has been reattached to the International Space Station. This was a spare that was already on board the space station.
All right.
9.1.
Thank you, Jess. We are happy with that EDF. That's a good torque. It sounds like Chris needs the ERAD for his next bolt, which is EDF 6. We will have you pass him your PGT, and we'll have new settings.
Have the PGT?
He has a PGT.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And here on your screen we have a really great visual comparison of the 2 pistol grip tools being utilized today. One of them on the right has that special mechanism to utilize those bolts and get them removed and reattached.
Correction. Chris, we would actually like this to be Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2 clockwise 2. Copy that.
That should be what was set.
I've got Bravo 2. It was an Alpha, I think.
Oh, that was, my initial was Alpha, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Alpha 7.
Let me see.
Chris, as a reminder for EDF 6, we can do the 5.5 turns and then stay on the bolt and re-trigger until we get less than a quarter turn.
Yeah, let me see if I can...
I also think, Chris, if you rolled more, you could easily get it, because you're much more vertical than I am.
Yeah, I do need to... I think I just need to roll. Yeah, it's just hard because I don't really have anything to roll on. So I'm going to pass you back to this ERAD.
Got it.
And this view from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet cam of Chris Williams as he works to secure that final bolt. We're getting a view of Earth behind as the International Space Station flies over the Pacific Ocean.
It goes without saying here,
Minimally, I think.
you guys are doing a great job, so get in the body position you think you need.
And we also have a pretty great view of the International Space Station solar arrays. You see 2 sets of rays, one kind of stacked on top of another. That shorter array is the International Space Station rollout solar array and is the newer, more upgraded solar arrays to provide additional power to the International Space Station despite being smaller in size.
Okay.
All right, Chris, if you're using your PGT, then your settings are Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
I've got Bravo 7 set.
Copy. You can drive EDF 6, 5.5 turns, and then re-trigger until you get less than a quarter turn.
5.5 and then re-triggering.
And back to utilizing the pistol grip tool to get that final bolt driven onto the spare joint on the Canadarm2, that 5th joint that had a malfunction on May 27th.
Okay, that was not 5.5 turns. That was like 4 turns, and I got low torque. Headlight.
Copy. We will have you drive EDF 6 again.
What are my settings?
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Got another half turn.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
I got another half turn, 25.4, green light.
Copy, Chris. We'll have you re-trigger until you get less than a quarter turn.
Bueno, tenemos usuarios en directo, bienvenidos. Llevamos 5 horas y 20 de transmisión de lo que es la Caminata Espacial. En este momento están armando una parte del brazo robótico con ese hermoso taladro eléctrico atornillador.
NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is completing her 5th spacewalk of her career today.
Sean bienvenidos los que están mirando.
I think that you need to move the PGT a little bit towards me.
Yeah, it's just not a good
A little bit up. There you go.
I'm in a great bracing position.
Vieron que en la punta del taladro, el atornillador ese tiene como un flexible. Ahora sí. Le llevó trabajo apretar eso.
Great work. Jess, you can drive EDF 4. We'll expect this to be under half a turn. Or re-trigger so you get under half a turn.
Me pregunto si tendrá algún torquímetro en la pantalla ahí que le diga hasta cuánto apretar.
Copy. Chris, you can get positioned for EDF 1.
EDF 1.
Es impresionante la cantidad de herramientas que lleva en su pecho, más la bolsa de herramientas y repuesto que llevaban aparte.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2. Copy.
Ahí estamos viendo a Chris Williams. Chris Williams y Jessica Meir, que está al lado de él, solo que ahora no se ve. Son los dos astronautas. Ahí se ve la sombra de Jessica. Bueno, un saludo para los que se han ido conectando. Están tímidos, nadie quiere escribir.
Copy, that's a good bolt. Chris? Chris, you can drive EDF 1, re-trigger until you get under a quarter turn. Jess, position.
EDF 1, Bravo 7, counter 2.
Copy. Jess, position for EDF 5.
Ahora vamos a ver si podemos ponerle los subtítulos.
Okay. First re-trigger was a quarter turn, second re-trigger was under a quarter turn. Green light 25.3.
Copy. That's a good bolt. You can get positioned, but do not drive. EDF. Go.
Ahí va. En inglés, pero con subtítulos traducidos.
Green light 15.9.
Copy. That is a good bolt. Chris, you are go to drive EDF 2, and Jess, get positioned for EDF 3.
Ven que Chris Williams está atado a una especie de plataforma, esa que ven ahí donde se está agarrando ahora en este momento. Y si miran los zapatos de Chris, van a ver que están asegurados. Bueno, ahí justo sacó un pie ahora. Bueno, ahí se termina de salir de la plataforma que les estaba comentando. Ahí se volvió a calzar.
In position on 3, but you want me to wait for him to do his first?
Stand by. This bag is getting in a not great spot.
Affirm, Jess.
Copy. Well, in the pool, the bag was so nice on the aft side, huh? Or the forward side as our.
Yeah. I'm trying to manage this bag and re-ingress. Okay, I'm back in. Just try to tuck the bag behind the scoop. See if that will kind of temp hold it back there.
Also wire tie it if you need it.
Ahí está una de las bolsas que les comentaba, donde habían llevado herramientas.
All right, I got Bravo 7, clockwise 2. And in position.
Copy. Drive EDF 2, and then retrigger until you get under a quarter turn.
Okay, getting rid of the wobble. Okay, that was a quarter turn still. Retriggering one more time.
Bueno, hoy había un anuncio de la NASA con el tema de la base lunar, pero no sé si lo van a hacer debido a que esto les está llevando un montón de horas. Era sabido igual que más o menos iba a andar en las 6 horas la caminata espacial, porque es más o menos lo que demoran, pero por cómo viene la cosa creo que se va a ir a más de 6 horas.
Okay, clockwise 2, Bravo 7.
Good settings.
That was less than quarter turn, green light, 25.5.
Okay, that is a good bolt for EDF 2. Jess, you can drive EDF 3, and then retrig till less than half a turn on the PGT. Chris, you can stow your PGT and verify that the EDF lanyards cannot be extracted.
Got about a half a turn, so I did one more, and it was less than a quarter of a turn. I did get a false red torque.
All right, we'll hit that bolt again, Jess.
Bueno, sí, es correcto. Tenemos una conferencia de prensa de la NASA sobre la base lunar a las 15:30. No sé si lo van a hacer en conjunto con esto. Pero bueno, a lo mejor terminan antes.
Copy. That is a good EDF, Jess. We will have you do the same. Check the pull lanyards and make sure that your EDF cannot be extracted.
And I got 3 good pull checks. Cannot be extracted on 6, 2, and 1.
Okay, and I can verify the same for 3, 4, and 5.
Nice work, you two. Jess, get in position for the joint 5 mate demate bolts. I have new settings for you, and Chris, remove the square scoop and stow it on your mini workstation.
And work. Give me those two settings first before I get into position.
Alpha 2, clockwise 3.
Alpha 2, clockwise 3.
Good read back.
And we have now surpassed the 4-hour, 30-minute mark into today's spacewalk by NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. So you can tell from this view on your screen, they're continuing to work to install that spare wrist joint on the Canadarm2.
Copy. Expect 70 turns at the PGT.
Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and is the second for Williams and the 5th for Meir. And this view now from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet cam, looking across the way at NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who's serving as EV1 during today's spacewalk, wearing that spacesuit with the red stripe on it. We're about halfway through a day pass of the International Space Station. The space station does orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, so a sunrise and a sunset is seen every 45 minutes. The space station flies about 250 to 260 statute miles above the Earth at a speed of 17,500 miles per hour and has been continuously crewed since the year 2000. In that time, 292 visitors have spent time on the International Space Station, living, working, and contributing to key science that is a stepping stone for NASA's Artemis program as we return to the Moon and on to Mars.
All right, excellent work, Jess. You can tend your PGT back to the bag, and then you'll be removing your square scoop from the spare joint and stowing it on your mini workstation.
Copy. For redology here for this scoop, I can just use a mini workstation ret, and I'm gonna use it on the Lee anyway.
Affirm, this is the scoop that you will be installing on joint 6 microsquare, so mini workstation's appropriate.
Copy, I have a ret on it.
Nice work.
And it's released.
Copy.
And we did get confirmation that the spare joint, that joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, has been successfully installed. All of the bolts have been driven.
Chris, we'll think about how we're going to pass this failed. Given my body position right now, passing behind would actually be easier.
Okay.
But I don't know if you would need to roll, do that.
Yeah, I think I would definitely need to roll to do that.
Yeah, the way this procedure is written, just so that you have what the nominal plan was going to be, after Chris removes the scoop from the installed joint and tends it to his mini workstation, he's going to roll to a more vertical position, and then you're going to work together to stow that failed joint on the mutt ball stack mat.
Okay, so that will make the pass off quite difficult because I'm in this forward position. And I probably don't want to take a foot out. I've tried to get more distance when I have the scales on me.
Copy.
Do you agree with that?
Short handover.
Maybe, Chris, I can get it. You're looking at me? Yeah. Maybe I can get it into the right hand and get it far enough away.
And we are in a short handover period between our satellites, but will regain communication and view here shortly. Here in Mission Control Houston, the team is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak during this Orbit 2 shift. Serving as as ground IV for today's spacewalk is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. You may recognize her voice from the Artemis 2 mission, where she served as the Capcom for the Artemis 2 crew.
You have a scoop to put on now.
Right.
Let me get that ready.
So, I'm going to release my DRT. Okay. Out of my DRT.
I stand by. My scoop ready.
Houston is back with you, and we agree with the plan.
Just let me know what direction to move it toward you.
Okay, let me just get this knotted.
With the Joint 5 successfully removed and then installed with the spare that was on board the International Space Station, both Williams and Meir are working to temporarily stow the failed joint.
I can arrest the rate.
This joint will be brought back inside the International Space Station with them to be sent down to the ground for analysis and possible refurbishment.
Yep. I'm getting the scoop on. I'm just going to get it on as best I can, I think.
Yep.
And then capture. All right, scoop is on and locked.
Okay.
I got control with the scoop.
Okay, and you have a ret on it.
I have a ret on it.
Okay, so let's leave it where it is right now, so I'll remove my ret.
Copy, you remove your ret. I got it held.
My ret's removed. You have control.
I've got control. Leaning back with it.
Nice work, you two. Chris, we will have you stow the failed joint in the mutt ball stack mutt. We suggest that you stow the unretted scoop in the jaws.
On the best. Yep.
Once this joint is temporarily placed by our crew members, the next task for them will be to head back over to the work site where the lee, or that latching end effector, is temporarily sewed in order to grab it and be able to reinstall it on the end of the Canadarm2.
Okay, I'll give you that before I get out. Half is dry. Well, unchanged.
Yeah, I'm having a tough reach here. I thought I had it in, but the jaws closed.
Copy, Chris, and if that reach is challenging, either scoop can be in the jaws. It's just a preference.
Yeah, I just, the mutt jaws triggered closed, so I'm trying to...
So if you want, I can take control again if you need for me to reopen them.
That would be great.
Okay.
Coming back to you.
Okay, the scoop's facing the wrong direction. Yeah, I've got control.
You got control. All right, I'm leaning back.
I've got control. Just remember it's ready to use.
Yeah.
So.
Super tough reach for me. I'm just gonna go slow. Okay, I got scoop again.
All right, you have the scoop, you have control?
I got control. I'm taking it.
Got any mark port?
Yep. Well, like a foot to go, and I'm like, oh. Reorienting this way. I can't see.
I might be able to guide you in, but actually I don't know, I don't think so. Come any more port?
You think this through?
Hold them back closer to you.
Trying. Super, thank you.
Looks better. You got it.
No, not quite. That's what happened before. No, it's not quite closed.
Change the angle a little bit to get them to close.
Oh, come on. I can't do it from this APFR position, I don't think.
Think it would be easier if you come out of the APFR and do it free flow over the BRT?
Here we go.
Got it?
The jaws are just not, or the mud jaws are just not popping. It's like in the jaws, they're just not closed. And I can't reach around it.
Reach is super tough. Jess, if you think you can help from outside the APFR, your next actions are still to egress and reset the roll.
I got it. Got it.
Nice job.
Great job, Chris. We know that was really hard.
All right, and we're locked.
All right, gold medal of the day. We copy. We now need to do a ret swap, Chris. So you'll be attaching the temp-stowed ret that's on the ball stack to the joint tether point, and then you'll be taking the free scoop with you on your mini workstation to install in the Lee cluster.
Okay, so I'm going to take the scoop that is not in the mud off right now. No, I gotta do the other order first.
Copy, that's just fine.
Okay.
And with that, we did have Chris Williams successfully get the failed joint temporarily stowed.
Confirm that you rolled your APFR to Lima.
Negative. I am about to do it.
Copy, thank you.
A reminder. And I'm in Lima.
Copy. That's a good APFR config.
to exactly the same position I was in. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think that worked out really well.
Jenny, I have to put this scoop on joint 6 first, correct? And what's the orientation again?
The orientation is the handle pointing forward, and you will leave your mini workstation attached so that you are the first tether to the lead cluster when we remove it.
Okay, right from the mutt is attached to failed at the egress to go do that. I'm going to get back in a good position.
All right, sounds great. And your next steps were out of the APFR anyway, so no issue.
Okay, and then I'm going to retrieve the other scoop.
Good, next steps.
Scoop is retrieved and back on my workstation.
Copy, Chris. That sounds good. As you translate to the aft side of ESP2, I will take a glove inspection and HAP check, and then I have big picture words for you both. Copy. Good checks for you, Chris, for HAP and gloves. You guys ready for an update? All right. First of all, nice work. You guys really smashed that. We are just over 4 hours and 45 minutes into this EVA. We have 2 hours of content remaining to reinstall the Lee cluster. We have talked down here, and we will extend the EVA time for this category of task to 7 hours. We want to get your concurrence with that, with the remaining tasks before we continue. Otherwise, I can tell you that you are 35 minutes down on the timeline, and limiting consumable is EV2 battery, 7 hours, 30 minutes. All right. And with the failed joint successfully removed off of the Canadarm2, our spacewalking duo of NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are now going to work to reinstall the latching end effector onto that joint of the International Space Station. The removed joint, which is temporarily stowed, is going to be brought back inside the International Space Station and eventually sent to the ground for further analysis and possible refurbishment. All right, sounds good. And Chris, one more item for you. We think your HECA was inadvertently bumped off. Could we get a check that you push the button back on, please? Stay firm. That is whenever able. Thank you, Chris. Both Meir and Williams are working to make their way over to that latching end effector they temporarily stowed earlier following its removal. We are 4 hours and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:20 a.m. Central Time this morning. Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Houston copies, Jess. Copy, TCV of 4 for you, Jess. Nice work, Chris. Chris, as you're getting in position here, my first task for you is to install the square scoop handle forward. Copy, thank you. Good read back. Copy.
Jimmy, we're coming into a sunset here, Chris.
Sunset is a firm.
I just wanted to get a read on how long it was, just so I can figure out the right visor settings before we have.
Yeah, of course. We're tracking about maybe 13 or 14 minutes till sunset.
Okay, and then it'll last for
around 30 minutes.
Okay, copy.
A view from inside Mission Control Houston here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. As we approach the 5-hour mark of today's spacewalk, we're now at 4 hours and 53 minutes. So far, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir have stepped through a number of procedures in today's spacewalk, including retrieving the spare joint from outside the International Space Station, removing the latching end effector cluster and temporarily stowing it outside the space station, removing the failed joint, the joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, and installing the spare joint on the arm. At this point, the duo is translating or making that way to the area where the latching end effector was temporarily installed in order to place it back on the Canadarm2 following the successful installation of the joint number 5 spare. This is the last major task for our crew members today. International Space Station has been continuously crewed for over 25 years. As part of that, the mission control team here in Houston has also been continuously crewed, supporting the crew on orbit 24/7, 365 days a year.
After a brief LOS.
I've got my scoop on, handle facing forward, and I'm getting in position to release some EDFs.
Perfect.
And I am ready for settings and confirmation of steps.
All right, your PGT settings are Bravo 7, counter 2, and you will be releasing all of the EDFs that we drove in for the temp stow. So that's 4, 5, and 6, 5.5 turns each, and then pull them out.
Copy that. I'm going to start on 4. I've got Bravo 7 at counter 2 at, and 5.5 turns and pull them out. Need to start turns.
Copy.
And with that, Williams has made his way over to the temp stow location for the latching end effector and is now going to use that same pistol grip tool utilized earlier to temporarily install the latching end effector to this location to uninstall it in order to reinstall it back onto the Canadarm2.
That is fully extracted. I will note on 4, one of the lanyards appears to have broken. One of the retaining lanyards. The other one is still intact.
Copy. One of the lanyards is broken on 4, but you were able to release that EDF. We are good to continue. Let's release 5 or 6 and just make sure Jess has control still before you release the final EDF.
Duffy.
I have control, but I can't come fast enough to have 2 hands on it. I only have 1 hand on it, like we did the install. But if we start moving slowly and you have a hand on, we'll be okay.
Okay, copy that. I'm just getting repositioned to do the other EDFs. Doing 6 next.
Copy, 6 next.
Bravo 7 counter 2 is set.
Good settings.
Five and a half turns. Is released.
Copy. That was EDF 6 released.
And 6 is pulled.
Copy. EDF 6 pulls out. You are go for the last EDF when Jess is ready.
Copy.
I'm ready.
Gonna reposition my BRT here. That I can control somewhat when we pull this out. Jessica, I'm currently redded to the scoop.
Oh my, you can release my ret.
Release my ret, sorry.
Affirm.
We agree.
I have your ret handy for our swap.
Yep.
We are now nearing the 5-hour mark into today's spacewalk to swap out a failed joint on the Canadarm2. So far that has been successfully completed, and the crew members are on their last major task of the day, which includes releasing the Lee cluster, that latching end effector, from its temp stow location and moving it back to the Canadarm2 and reinstalling it in that location. Once that is complete, the Canadarm will be powered on to test electrical connections, and further testing of the arm and its performance will be completed throughout this week. Additionally, the failed joint, that joint number 5, will be brought back inside the International Space Station alongside Williams and Meir today to be sent to the ground for further analysis and understanding of the issue and possible refurbishment.
Let me try this body position.
As we have mentioned a couple times during this spacewalk, the arm was designed with replaceable components and planned maintenance in mind and has been functioning well for over 25 years of continuous operations. So repairs to the robotic arm like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years.
Good settings.
Can't get wobble socket too long.
And from this view, we can tell that the International Space Station is beginning to move into a night pass. The space station flies at 17,500 miles per hour and orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, seeing a sunset every 45 minutes and a sunrise every 45 minutes.
Are you going to be able to just hold it and play some soft dock while I shimmy around it?
Hey, I can't reach the second scoop. Oh, well, yeah, I just can. Yeah, I think so. I think I can.
Okay. I should be able to...
I need your help getting it up.
Yep, I can do that.
I think I'll be okay.
Okay, yep, I'm ready to turn.
Okay.
The space station is currently flying 267 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, approaching the tip of South Africa.
And extracted.
Copy.
It should be loose. I see 3 loose EDFs on the back here.
I can see 3, I can see 4.
Okay. I'm just gonna restow my PGT, and then I'm gonna help you get this out.
Okay.
If you're interested in watching the International Space Station fly over the area of the world where you live, you can check out our Spot the Station app as well as our website and enter in your coordinates to see when the space station will be flying overhead.
Control, I have good control.
You have good control.
Yeah, you can stop there.
All right, I'm stopped here. Okay.
I'm in a good position.
You got it held. You have control.
In control, I have control.
All right, I'm letting go, and I'm coming a bit forward. Locking my BRT in. Okay, I got another hand on it.
Okay. Are you going to go around to the front?
Okay, do you want to move it forward at all, or you want to keep it where it is?
All right, stand by. Do you have control?
I have control.
Or one hand?
I got
Let
one
me
hand.
just tighten this up a little.
Yep.
I am comfortable where I am.
Okay.
So I'm just going to hold it here.
All right, you hold it there. I'm going to come around forward. I'm letting go.
Okay, I got it.
You got it.
I've got it.
And with that, the latching end effector that was temporarily stowed has now been set free. The crew members are going to work to reposition it and reinstall it on top of that joint number 5 that they swapped out with a spare that was already on board the International Space Station.
Station Houston on 347. Jack, a couple things. So first of all, you have an activity later after the EVA regarding the microorganism. That will be aborted. We won't be able to get to...
Okay, I'm back on the forward side.
Hey.
Oh, my tether's caught on something. Let me just go back and free it.
Let's think about the same position you were in, because the next move will be you holding and me getting into the APFR. So it'll want to be a position where you have max reach to me in the APFR.
Copy that, and stand by my safety tether. These frame handrails just well grabbing it.
He's been following along. We agree with the plan. Chris, once you are in that good position with a BRT down, we suggest this is a RET swap.
Sounds like a great idea.
And just a reminder to watch that RET in your helmet area.
Copy.
And here we can see on our screen NASA astronaut Chris Williams. Again, that lee or latching end effector that was removed previously and then temporarily stowed has been removed from the temporary stow location and is now in the process of being reinstalled by Williams and Meir.
Getting set up for my leader positioning. My VRT in here.
And you are seeing a view of what is called the terminator line on the top right of your screen there. That is as the International Space Station completes a day-to-night pass or night-to-day pass, and is the little bit of light fading, very similar to a sunset that we would see here on Earth.
Okay, yep, I'm staying here, working my VRT.
Copy, Chris, and it looks like you're getting into a good position. A reminder that ingress aid is kind of up against your plus. If it stops you, of course, you can stow it.
Copy that.
That RET is around your cup checklist. Watch your helmet. Yep. You're on the leaf.
Yep. Okay, let me... Oh, sorry. Gonna stow this ingress aid. Okay. Where are the... Where's the scoop?
So I'm going to have to swing it around more if you're ready.
Yeah, well, I just reached those my points.
And just one double check, I assume we're well clear pushing forward to the arm, but I
Negative. You're almost touching it.
Okay. I can't see that, so...
So rotate the lee more. Bring the whole thing a little Rotate the lead towards you. Yep, that direction. That's creating clearance. Okay, and it's also bringing the scoop towards me. Let me finish rigidizing. Okay, I'm rigidized.
And you have a ret on it?
I have a hand negative, no ret yet. Ret is in work.
Meir and Williams continuing to get the Lee into a good position for reinstallation.
Got two solid hands on it.
Okay, I'm going to release my ret.
Copy, release your ret.
My ret is released.
You're released.
Are you ready to take control?
I've got control.
Okay. You can pull it as far starboard as you can.
Okay.
I need a little bit of clearance to get out of here.
All right, this is about as much as I got. It's right up against me.
Okay.
Just watch the arm. Can't.
I've got to get my BRT off here. I got it off.
Copy.
I'm going to come down and go under the ACFR again.
Copy.
And Houston copies. We agree you're on track for your next steps of ingressing the APFR. Once you're free from this space, Jess will also get a safer handle check when able.
Copy.
If you're just joining us, we're continuing to bring you live coverage of the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station as part of maintenance, assembly, and upgrades of the orbiting laboratory. Today's spacewalk is being conducted by NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir and is the second spacewalk for Williams and the fifth for Meir. Our spacewalk is at the 5-hour and 13-minute mark, and so far the crew has worked together to complete a majority of the spacewalking tasks for today. That included the retrieval of a spare joint to be installed on the Canadarm2. That's joint number 5, which performed some malfunctions during normal Canadarm2 operations on May 27th, which included elevated motor currents and did not move as expected. NASA then worked alongside the Canadian Space Agency to determine the issue and decided a spacewalk was required to replace that joint. So the spare joint was retrieved from outside the International Space Station. The latching end effector cluster was removed in order to get good access to that joint number 5, at which point the failed joint was removed. The spare joint was installed, and now our spacewalking duo is working to reinstall the latching end effector cluster after grabbing it from that temporary storage location. Repairs to robotics like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years of continuous operations, and the system was designed with replaceable components and planned maintenance in mind. Here on your screen you do see a view of NASA astronaut Chris Williams wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes, and he's serving as EV1 today.
Yeah, I got bumped and I just went.
I'm hitting the pump module again.
Okay. Something bumps and my BRT just bent over starboard.
I'm going to try to move my arm.
Meir and Williams are working to get into a good placement in order to reinstall that latching end effector back on the end of the Canadarm2 following the successful installation of that joint number 5. The Canadarm2 was launched on April 19, 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed April 22, 2001 by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parzynski. The Canadarm2 has been a workhorse for the International Space Station program. The arm is utilized during certain spacewalks, is used to capture and berth the Cygnus spacecraft, and can be used to remove and reinstall external hardware, including experiments outside the International Space Station. This is not the first time that a spacewalk to complete repairs and upgrades to the Canadarm has taken place.
I feel you on the lead.
Previous Canadarm2 maintenance spacewalks included one on June 13, 2002, as part of STS-111, where astronauts Franklin Chang Diaz and Felipe Paran replaced a wrist joint on the arm. On October 5, 2017, Randy Bresnik and Mark Vandehei replaced one of 2 redundant latching end effectors, or hands. And on January 23, 2018, Vandehei and Scott Tingle replaced the second of the 2 latching end effectors.
And I got moved away from you.
Minimum heart force up Venus.
Copy.
Adding some more Venus motion to the scoop.
Yep.
A little bit more.
Watch the joint 5.
I see it. Can you come toward me at all?
I can let go of one hand.
That's okay, because I have one hand on it.
Letting go of one hand and pushing towards you.
And we'll need a ret swap to Jess.
I have a red on it, and I have 2 hands.
Got 2 hands on a ret. Okay, I'm going to take my ret off. Good for that?
Actually, why don't we start rotating it? Because right now, it's getting very close to the point 5. If we rotate it, then have the 90 degrees, it's going to clear that.
Okay, yeah, we can, that might be better if I could get into my APFR for that.
Okay.
Can you hold it here for a minute?
I think so, if you think we're not impacting joint 5.
Well, we can rotate it up a little bit. Now, why don't we bring it aft a little and rotate up a little bit?
Okay, keep rotating.
Okay.
I'm in a good position. I'm stable.
Okay.
I have control.
You have control.
I have control.
All right, I'm going to take my red off.
Okay.
My red is off, and I'm going to release. Good for that?
I'm ready.
All right, I'm released.
Houston's following along.
Yeah, it feel the vibrations through ESP for sure.
Yep.
And we do see NASA astronaut Chris Williams on the top of the screen there, again in the spacesuit with the red stripes. He's just handed over the Lee, or latching end effector, to NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who we can just see the top of her helmet and a portion of her arm there in the bottom part of the screen. He's going to work to get reconfigured and back in his articulating portable foot restraint, or APFR, and then they'll work together to get the latching end effector reinstalled on the end of the Canadarm2. In order to reinstall the Lee, they will use that pistol grip tool, which has been used quite frequently during today's spacewalk. They'll drive a series of bolts into the Lee, as well as install fasteners to ensure a tight fit.
It's going to make it difficult stop from this vertical position.
Okay.
But there's nothing we can do about about that right now, so hopefully you can take control. We actually might be able to get into soft dock on this transfer, I think.
I think we can. Okay. I need you to bring it a little bit towards the and then I can get one hand on it. I got one hand.
Copy.
Okay. And then I'm going to bring it a little bit more towards the joint 5.
Okay, I'm going to switch hands.
All right, I'll hold, stand by. I got 2 hands on it.
Okay. And let's finish the orientation.
Okay.
I know you guys are getting close to soft dock. Can we get an inspection, if able, prior to soft dock?
I already got the joint 5 side, Chris. You roll this to me a little bit. I can get it. Yep. I see it. I see no FOD. I see everything's clear. Good pin. Looks good.
Thank you. You can continue.
Roll it back. Okay, and then slow. Slow. Hold. Okay, it needs to then roll towards me.
Concur.
Yep, so I'm a little bit that way. A little bit more towards me. Okay. See, good alignment.
Good alignment. Can you get any in?
Almost. See if I can. 4 is mostly in. 3 is not. Okay, 3 is fully in. 4 is fully in. You get any in?
And from this view, we are seeing a good view of the soft dock that has taken place of that latching end effector on the end of the joint number 5. It still has to be fully installed using the pistol grip tool, but you can see that those two are now aligned back up.
Okay, one on the 5 that I think is in.
6 doesn't feel like it's in all the way.
Yeah, 4's in.
Meir and Williams will work to verify that everything is lined up properly before they utilize the pistol grip tool to secure it. The lead to the joint number 5 that was replaced earlier today.
It's kind of coming in and out. But just by a few, less than a centimeter.
I'm not sure.
I think I'm in all the way. I'm 6.
He looks all the way in. 2 does not look all the way in.
I wonder, I'm going to try to reorient if it's just a hex. There we go. Try spinning it a little bit, Chris. I spun this one and it went all the way in. I think it was just a hex, not
Yep, you're right. Yep.
Yeah, he's been tracking. That's exactly
so
what
when we go to drive it, that'll
going to suggest is that the hex just wasn't aligning on the other side. So it sounds like now we have all the EDFs pushed in. You can verify that to me, and we will get both PGTs.
I can see 3 and 4. 5, I can't really see that well. That's the one underneath.
See 6, 2, and 1.
Copy. Good checks on all EDFs with the exception of 5 for visibility.
Yeah, and I don't want to pull on the arm or anything. That's just low down.
Okay, we've talked about that briefly, and we're happy with this config to start driving. So Jess will have you with the ERAD PGT, and Chris, you will stay with your PGT. Chris, the first bolt is yours. It'll be EDF 4.
Copy.
And with that, the ground looks happy with the Lee installation on top of the joint number 5 that was swapped out earlier today. So now it's time to bring back out the pistol grip tools for the last time for today's spacewalk.
Okay, I've got it. Copy, got it. Ready for settings for the 6-inch wobble.
Chris, your settings are Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2 is set.
Drive EDF 4, approximately 5.5 turns.
Copy, EDF 4, approximately 5.5 turns.
Good read back.
I got torqued out at 3.5 turns. Green light, 16.0 on the torque. Washers are flush.
Copy, we'll call that a good initial drive on EDF 4. So Jess, you can verify settings Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2. I have to recal.
Chris, you can get set up but do not drive EDF 3.
Copy, setting up for 3. Do not drive.
Cal pass, good LED test, battery 39 volts.
Copy.
And tell me those settings one more time, Jenny.
Jess, your settings are Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Good readback. EDF 1, 11 turns at the PGT.
Caught in my rut and butt caught in my PCB.
Now approaching the 5-hour and 30-minute mark into today's spacewalk, and NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are working to reinstall the latching end effector cluster on the Canadarm2. Today's spacewalk is the second for Williams and the fifth for Meir, the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today's spacewalk is the third of 2026, as well as the third for Expedition 74.
Copy, your PGT won't drive. Let's double check settings. Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Turned off again. The hand is definitely nowhere near the end of it, so that's... Okay. again. Cal pass, good LED test, 39.3 volts.
Copy.
Can you pull the bag down?
Yeah, let's stand by.
Is caught.
The bag's usually caught up on something.
So many reps here that, yeah, they keep getting caught in each other.
Meir and Williams taking a quick pause from driving those bolts to reconfigure their workstation and clean up some of the RETs, or retractable equipment tethers, that are used during spacewalks.
I can't get the bag out of the way. It's caught on something.
It should be okay for now, it is.
Okay, I'll leave it.
And again, my PGT is not driving.
Copy, we're talking.
Is that clockwise 2? I think it was in between two settings.
Oh yeah, clockwise 2, yeah, the collar error. Yeah.
Was it clockwise 2?
It was clockwise 2.
Okay, I think it was just in between.
Okay.
Hey now. I'm well past my 13 turns. At 15, that I have not torqued out. You can see that the bolt is seated well. It looks like it's all the way in. Should I just keep driving?
Let's keep driving, Jess.
An additional 5.5 turns on the PGT. It does not appear to be going in. I'm going to take my PGT off and reassess. Seated all the way, but it's definitely not all the way tight. This is a very, was I not in the other body position when I drove these? In Juliet, I'm having a much harder time accessing from this body position. Try a different.
We're just checking on what position.
I noticed for some of these too, where the top bolt got.
Yeah, Yeah, Jess, we're just checking what position you were in before to be sure. My recollection is that you were in the vertical position, but we would be okay if you reassessed your body position with a different role. Maybe even the intermediate of kilo could help.
I have just a different PGT position right now. So I think I'm going to try that if you're good with more turns.
Affirm, we are good with more turns.
And Meir going to get a little bit of a different position here with her pistol grip tool and see if that doesn't do the trick. We are now entering a orbital sunrise, so we'll start to have a bit better of a view of the crew and the work that they are doing to reinstall that latching end effector to the end of the Canadarm.
It doesn't seem it's not going in.
Shorthand over.
And we are in a bit of a handover period between our satellites here, but we'll regain views and communications with the crew here shortly. Back on the ground, the team here is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona and Koviak.
Is that like a cap nut on the top, like?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
So I'm spinning the cap nut. It's just free spinning though. I mean, So one question for the ground, Jenny, would be, so on one of these, when I released it, it released after like half the turns it was supposed to. And the other ones, I did the full 11 turns, so I wonder if they were all actually released at a much lower number of turns, so that we did significantly drive, you know, the cap nut end. Now I am, you know, it looks like it's fully in, and I'm spinning the cap nut to the right, to which it does seem to be just free spinning the EDF.
Yeah, we're following along, Jess. We see that free spin, and we follow your train of thought, too. The free spin is particularly unusual to us, so we're still talking.
We move on to another EDF and save this one for
Jess, we're talking about that still. Our crib sheet is saying that potentially this is not fully seated on the internal hex head. I know you mentioned that. We just want to double check that when you spin it around, does it change if you are pushing it in and spinning it? Like, is it possible to get it seated?
Chris, I'm going to get rid of this PGT. You can't. I need two hands. I'm going to let go of the PGT. Let it go back to the ride.
And we're talking if it is still free spinning with this check, we are going to move on to EDF 3, which is the EDF that Chris is positioned on.
I mean, it's all the way in, but it is still free spinning. So, like, if I hold on to the head, try to turn it to a different position in the hex, it just free spins. So it doesn't seem to be turning in conjunction with the rest of the EDF. That makes sense.
All right, we follow. Thank you, Jess. We are going to continue to talk to it and potentially come back to this EDF, but for now we will have Chris drive EDF 3, 5.5 turns.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2 set, EDF 3, starting turns.
Good read back, and Jess, you can get set for EDF 6.
And with that, EDF number 1, not quite installing as expected. The team on the ground is going to take a look, but for now, NASA astronaut Chris Williams has been given the go to continue and drive the next EDF, that's EDF number 3, using his pistol grip tool.
I'd say stand by one for a second. I think you see the same problem with EDF 6. So I'm wondering if maybe we are off kilter here somehow. If you're also working out too early. Well, actually, okay, no, I don't see the same thing as yours. It's in all the way now, and it is not free spinning.
Houston copies.
Okay, let me finish torquing off 3. Okay, 3, I got green light, 3 turns only. 15.9 on the torque. It's flush, the washers are flush.
All right, that is a good bolt. Thank you, Chris. We are go for EDF 6, Jess, 11 turns at the PGT expected.
Hey, Chris, I'll need your help with the PGT.
Yep, stand by. You got it. All right, letting go.
Hey, Jody, I am still in Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Good settings.
I'm in a good position on Bolt 6, starting turn.
Copy, we're ready. Chris, you can get positioned on EDF 5.
I will not be able to reach EDF 5 from this angle without the ERAD, I don't think. Try to roll maybe, but if you have words on what position I was in when we got it off, that'd be helpful.
We are checking, but using the ERAD here obviously is also an option.
Jenny, I got 7 turns, good green light, 9.1 torque.
Okay, that is a good EDF 6. We recommend using the ERAD for EDF 5 as well.
Coming back to you, Chris.
Okay.
Williams and Meir continuing to step through procedures to install those fasteners on the latching end effector on the end of the Canadarm2 following the joint replacement of the joint number 5.
In Alpha 7. Clockwise 2.
Good settings.
Today's spacewalk began at 7:20 a.m. Central Time and is nearing the 5-hour and 45-minute mark.
So just some more observations about Bolt 1. If I push only on the top washer, so basically try to move the top washer left or right, it doesn't move, which indicates to me it's fully engaged in the hex. So there's no gap, and I can't move it to the left or right. However, the top head is still free spinning. So it seems to me that I think you know, what we were expecting is correct, that the EDF itself, the washer, the hex head is engaged, but hitting the top of the bolt is not hitting the EDF. Make sense?
Yeah, that's great info for us. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start turns on 5.
Houston copies.
And this view looking down the Canadarm2 following the joint number 5 swap out with the failed joint was removed and the spare joint has been successfully installed on board the International Space Station.
Copy, that is a good EDF-5. Next we are going to tighten all the bolts that we were able to initially turn correctly with the PGT, so that doesn't include EDF-1. I have new settings for you, and we're starting with EDF-2. I believe this is Jess's bolt, so I have ERED PGT settings for her.
I haven't driven 2 at...
Yeah, we haven't done 2
Yeah, we haven't done 2 at all.
Yes, for 2, we are driving it, and then we are staying on the bolt and re-triggering it to under a half turn. So that's fine.
Okay. Good. Settings.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
A-firm, you'll drive EDF-2, 11 turns at the PGT. Give me the reports, and then re-trigger until under a half turn.
Scoop angle is probably going to prevent this.
Yeah, the scoop's just right in the wrong spot.
Starting turn. There's only 5 turns on the PGT and I torqued out. So do you want to see the value or trigger again while I'm in position?
We'll trigger again.
Okay, I got another half turn, so that was 5.5 turns. I see this green light, 15.8, 15.8 torque.
Copy. That's a good report. Re-trigger into less than half a turn.
Okay, that was less than half a turn and the same torque value.
Great work. That is a good EDF-2. I have us moving to EDF-4. Chris, I have new PGT settings for you.
Copy. Ready for new settings.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. And you will be triggering until you get less than a quarter turn.
Meir and Williams continuing to install the latching end effector at the end of the Canadarm2 following the replacement of joint number 5 on the arm. They're using the pistol grip tool now to just drive in that last little bit of torque on the fasteners.
Seated and driving.
And And Jess, the reason I haven't given you that next EDF yet is we are talking about if we are going to troubleshoot EDF 1 again before moving on.
Copy. Took 2 retriggers, less than a quarter turn on the last one, green light 25.6, an EDF 4.
Copy, report on EDF 4. Thanks, Chris. All right, we talked about it on the ground, and Chris, you have the next bolts. We are skipping EDF 1, so you will be driving EDF 3. Retrigger until you get less than a quarter turn.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set. We're going for EDF number 3.
Good settings.
And with that, skipping over the tricky bolt that was having a bit of trouble getting fully set, but continuing on with the remainder of the bolts. The team here on the ground is continuing to take a look and assess.
Jess, now we will have you on EDF 6, retrigger until less than half a turn.
Copy, and that'll still be my same settings, Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Good settings.
Starting turn. That was about a quarter of a turn. I've got a good green light and 16.3.
We'll retrigger on EDF 6.
Retrigger. Eighth of a turn, good green light, 15.9.
Okay, that is a good EDF. Finally, let's drive EDF 5. Understand the access to this is best with the ERAD. If that's the case, we're looking for under a half turn.
Copy that. I will grab the ERAD in 1 second and just repositioning this adjustable between the 2 scoops over here.
Copy.
And I'm ready for the ERAD.
Stand by.
Over the top.
1. Get it clear of this. Okay. Here it comes.
Got it.
Houston copies all. Down here we are talking about what to do with EDF 1. But following this, I'm just going to push you through to verify all our other EDFs are good.
While I'm waiting, Jenny, do you want me to try to extract it all the way, pull it all the way out again, see if I see anything off nominal and insert it again? Haven't done that.
What we're thinking, the only really other thing that we have to try is to put axial force into EDF 1 and try threading it or turning it again by hand. Understand that we have the previous report of a free spin, but otherwise we're thinking about leaving EDF 1 as is. But the team is still talking.
Copy.
And I've got Bravo 2 clockwise 2 set on the ERAD.
Good settings.
Okay, and I got less than half a turn, took 2 triggers, 16.0 on the torque, green light.
Excellent work. You have a good EDF 5. You can tend the PGT back to the bag and make sure that each of the EDFs that you were able to successfully torque down don't pull out.
Checking.
And Jenny, I did extract the EDF a little bit to see what I saw, and I could see that when I spin the head, it is spinning around, not in conjunction with the EDF.
Copy.
I agree that attempting axial force, maybe if it's somehow just not exactly in the position it's supposed to be, it would slip back into that position and then drive the bolt. I think that I might actually be better positioned here with Chris's PGT.
I can pass it to you.
Oh, actually, no, forget that. I'll just try the E-ride again.
Okay, we're up to follow your lead on which you think would be better. Just let me know, and I can remind you of the settings as they're different for each PGT.
I'm going to assess a few body positions here to make sure I can get the most axial load. One thing that actually might help me is to remove this scoop, which I'm assuming is fine at this point.
A-firm, you can remove the scoop.
The scoop.
At this time, we are 5 hours and 56 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay.
And Jess, the one thing I want to bring up is that following these EDFs, our task is to connect the mate-demate mechanism, so that's driving the joint 6 mate-demate bolts. I just want to remind you, because obviously you can use the micro conicals or the micro squares, but you won't have the scoop to help you roll the APFR to Juliet.
Okay, copy. I'm very sure that I did the mate-demate from Juliet, right? Yeah, like you said. So I can put it back on since it's only on my mini workstation for now if I need it, but I think this is going to help me with this bolt.
Okay, we're with you.
And I can confirm a good pull test on 345.
Great news, thanks.
All right, that's much easier.
Following conversations here on the ground and some additional troubleshooting with the back rooms here in Houston.
Settings for EDF-1 are Alpha 7, clockwise 2. We're looking again for 11 turns at the PGT.
The direction is for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir to apply a bit of force on the side of the bolt to try and get it set and thread properly.
Task good LED test, battery 38. Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Actually, these settings, we think we can go directly to our final torque settings, so let's just skip ahead to Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
The Bravo 2, clockwise 2 is set.
Good read back.
So Meir's going to give this a shot and see if it works. The other bolts have all been installed as expected.
Okay, I'm going to provide axial force into the bolt.
Copy.
Starting turns. I think that did it.
Hey.
I got 11 turns.
Wow, that's awesome. Great job, Jess.
And I got a low torque. I got 8 and a red light. But I know we're going to hit it again anyway.
A-firm.
And it appears that did the trick.
Okay, that was like a quarter turn. Like green light, 16.2 torque.
Lots of happy faces around the room. Great job. You could verify that you cannot pull out EDF-1 with the lanyard and then get the PGT ready for the mate-demate bolt. You'll be rolling to Juliet if you're not already there. This is the joint 6 mate-demate.
Okay, Okay, and I can verify that I cannot extract 2, 1, or 6.
Great news.
And Chris, I'm going to have to let go of the PGT to roll.
Copy.
We are now at 6 hours into today's spacewalk. We did just hear the good news that tricky bolt, that number 1 fastener was able to successfully be installed by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir following applying a bit of axial or force from the side. So with that, all the bolts have been driven to reattach the latching end effector to the end of the space station Canadarm2.
Still on your side, and I don't...
It's down to the left. It's on just forward of the lee.
Okay.
Don't see it snagged on anything on my side.
Yeah, the red is not... Yeah, if I pull on the red, it doesn't pull on the PGT.
At this time, Meir is now going to work to connect the mate-demate mechanism, which will be using the pistol grip tool one final time during today's spacewalk. Once this is complete, the Canadarm2 will be able to be powered back up, and we will test out the electrical connections on the arm.
Right? So you could...
Yeah, I can...
Get out of your AGFR, get a leg out, and you can reach over to it?
Yeah, let me get a leg out and see what I can see.
Affirm, I can confirm that Chris is finished with operations on his side. Chris, you do need to remove your scoops and get them in the crew lock bag.
Copy that. Let's drag on something on the end there.
It is just on the MOI of this. I might be able to reach it. Okay, I got it.
You got it? All right, fantastic. I'll work my scoops then.
I don't know if it's still snagged on something now, I guess. It's...
Yeah. My scoops off and then I'll come.
Kenny, I'll take settings before I get into position because this one's a tough one to get on.
Copy. Your settings are Alpha 2, clockwise 3.
Alpha 2, clockwise 3 is set.
Good settings. Right, and Jess, you can get in position for joint 6 mate-demate bolts, and when you're there, you are go to drive 70 turns at the PGT.
And this view from outside the International Space Station of today's spacewalkers. On the top, we have NASA astronaut Chris Williams completing the second spacewalk of his career, and below him we have NASA astronaut Jessica Meir completing her 5th. The crew has successfully replaced the joint number 5 after it was no longer working as expected, and just completed the latching end effector cluster reinstall. At this time, Meir is working to reconnect the mate-demate mechanism on board the space station.
I see it when I dip down, but then I can't get the PGT on it in that same position, so I'm going to off of it.
Let me see if I can just roll over a tiny bit and help.
And coming up here in about 5 minutes, we are expecting a moon base update where NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman is hosting a virtual conversation to share updates on NASA's plan to build a moon base on the lunar surface. Isaacman will be joined by Carlos Garcia Galan, the Moonbase Program Manager, and discuss the next set of awards for new lunar lander missions and preview upcoming opportunities as the agency works towards building a sustained presence on the moon. That discussion will stream on NASA's YouTube channel if you'd like to tune in. And NASA is advancing development of the moon base, a long-term lunar exploration and infrastructure initiative designed to enable sustained human presence and expanded scientific and commercial activity on the lunar surface.
I think I'm on it.
Nice.
So fast. When I can get on it and then I flip off because the E-rod, free spins. I have to get my body position. If I get it on there and I tell you, do you think you can get a hand on it? Because then I have to reposition a little bit.
Is my hand close enough?
No. Maybe.
That's about as far as I can get.
Might be.
Our spacewalkers today. Again, NASA astronaut Chris Williams on the top of your screen, wearing the suit with the red stripes. We are on the lower portion of the screen with the unmarked spacesuit. She's continuing to work to provide that final 8 bolt. The International Space Station is currently flying 261 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean, as you can see behind our spacewalkers today.
Good afternoon. I'm NASA Senior Advisor and Press Secretary Bethany Stevens. Thank you for joining us from NASA HQ for our second monthly Moonbase update. There will be many updates to come, from the latest awards, behind-the-scenes footage as hardware is assembled, science and tech payload integration, interviews with subject matter experts, and even launches and landings live on the moon. So stay tuned. These announcements will take place in varying forms, videos, press conferences, and more, so come along with us for the journey. Today, we will discuss the latest progress toward establishing America's and humanity's first outpost on the lunar surface. I'm joined today by NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman and Moonbase Program Manager Carlos Garcia-Galan. Thanks to both of you for being here today. I know there's been some exciting progress since we last spoke about Moonbase in May. We'll start there, jump into announcements, and then transition to answering questions from the media. With that, let's get started. Jared, the past 3 months since the ignition event have been an exciting period for NASA, with the agency's focus now on building a permanent outpost on the lunar surface near the South Pole. What are some of the highlights?
Well, we've certainly been very busy. I mean, if you recall, ignition was just before the Artemis II mission launch. So let's start there. I don't think any of us